All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming for the first talk. Good morning, everyone. There we go. Oh God, I hate when people do that. All right, so I have my little talk I got to give real quick. So I'll do this real quick before we introduce. First, good morning, everyone. Crap, I did that. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to BSides Las Vegas. This is the ground floor. I'm doing so many of these. So welcome to the ground floor track. This talk is, I got an alert, now what? So, and of course, it's given by Kellen Benson. We're very pleased to have you here. Thank you so much for coming and speaking. A few announcements before we begin. Sponsors, of course, we need to thank our sponsors. They are the companies and the people who make that happen. We'd like to thank our diamond sponsors, LastPass and Palo Alto Networks, of course. And our gold sponsors, Blue Cat, Google, and Intel, also absolutely vital to making all this come down and working. So along with the support staff and the people who have been vital in making the actual BSides possible. So as a reminder, cell phones, these talks are being streamed live and they are being recorded. You do not need to record, you do not need to take pictures. So please silence your phone. As a reminder, the policy for taking pictures is if you were to even take a picture, you are supposed to make sure you have everyone's permission if they're in the background of the picture, right? We're very sensitive to making sure we're taking the privacy of people very serious, especially within the community we're within. So I do ask if you have a question, please step up to the mic, use the mic. It's not so much for us, but because it's being recorded, that makes sure that question gets on the recording so people who see it later can hear your question as well. Of course, Kellen, if you always repeat the question before you answer it, that's always nice too. So, as a reminder, I just talked about that for the policy. With that, let's get started. So I'll pass it off to you. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Here we go. Okay, cool. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. Welcome to a talk called I Got an Alert, Now What? Before we get started, just want to introduce myself very quickly. My name is Kellen Benson. My pronouns are they, them. I work at Red Canary as a senior incident handler, where I put out fires for people. It's pretty fun. And there's a little bit about myself. I'm a pop punk enthusiast. If there's karaoke later this week, you might see me doing some Paramore. So look out for that. But that's not why you're here. You're here to learn about I Got an Alert, Now What? Sorry, I want to go back to that. If you want to reach out to me, Twitter's the best place to do it. I have LinkedIn, but I don't check it, so just find me on Twitter. So, I got an alert. Now what? I had some friends that I was talking to, and one of them was a newer person who was like, hey, when I get an alert, what should I do? And my first response was, well, you investigate it. And then I realized that's a horrible answer. I did the thing that senior people do where they're like, I'm going to shortcut everything that I know and just give you the short answer, which isn't very helpful to new people. So I went through this process of what actually do I do when I get an alert? What's my methodology? How do I investigate this thing? And I think that's really helpful to do as people with experience in the industry, because not only are you sharing information to someone, you get to check yourself for gaps and think like, oh, did I miss a step? Or is there something I could do better here? So that's really what I did here. That's what this talk is about, to walk through what my methodology is and some people along the way who helped me. And it's not really going to jump into tools a whole lot. We might touch on some things lightly, but it very much is a methodology-based thing. So let's dive in. We're going to touch on, we have an alert. What do you do when you get an alert? So we'll dig into that a little bit. We need to figure out what the alert is actually telling us. Just because you have a blinky red light doesn't mean you know what to do with it. So we need to understand why the blinky red light is on and what we need to look at to understand that blinking red light. What is interesting about the data that we have in that alert, as well as, is it even a threat? Like, do we care? And if it is a threat, what do we do next? And then we're going to do a little bit of what if, because the world's not perfect, and sometimes we can't answer all of our questions with the data we have. So here's our alert. We have a high severity alert that says, Excel launch a suspicious program. And we see the command line here that we see, okay, we have excel.exe and suburb budget 22 XLSX. Probably very safe, very fine. Budget spreadsheets are normal. But that's something we need to take into account here is like, what is this alert telling us, and do we care? On top of that, we don't have a ton of data here. Sometimes when we get an alert, we only get like bits and pieces of data, and we really have to dig in, and we don't get to necessarily see the logic behind that alert. And we have to come to some conclusions based on what we have. So let's try to understand what this alert is telling us and if it's actually true. We need to understand, did Excel launch a program? If it launched a program, is that program actually suspicious or is it normal? Do we care? And yeah, so let's just dig into that. All right. So if we had a data point, if we had like an EDR, we had Sysmon, we had a SIM, something like that, we have logs of some kind, we might be able to grab a process tree for what happened here. This really depends on your data. We're just going to assume we have good data, life is good, everything's perfect. And because of that, we have a full process tree. And we can see Excel launched regsvr 32 or regserve 32. We can fight about how you want to pronounce that later. It's totally up to you. But it launched regserve 32. And then off of that, we have a module load of efhj.dll. We'll get to that. But just take note, that's our process tree. We have this Excel file that opened and led to regserve 32 opening, which we should probably grab the hash of that Excel file for investigating. We have the name of that file. These are important little things just to take note of as we investigate. And then we'll want to dig into regserve 32. But we need to understand, like I said, we're trying to understand, is this suspicious or is this normal? In order to make a determination if something is suspicious or normal, we need to know what it actually does. And so the way to do that, to the Google machine, or Bing if you're into that. So regserve 32 was launched. What is it? What is its purpose? A quick search of this, you're going to land at a Microsoft doc of what regserve 32 is, and it registers DLL files as command components in the registry. Okay. If we think back a little bit, we saw a module load of efhj.dll. So we're registering that as a command in the registry. Is that normal? I don't know yet. We're going to find out. I see some head shaking in the audience, which is fun. So you're already steps ahead of me. But we don't necessarily know if that's normal or suspicious. I mean, could that DLL be normal? EFHJ could be an abbreviation for something, an acronym, I don't know. Or maybe it's just very bad. So we're going to grab the hash of that. We likely have the hash of that when the file was written or when the module was loaded. Depending upon your data source, you can grab it from there. So let's move forward here. So these are our points of interest. We have an Excel file with a hash. We have a DLL with a hash, and then we have regserve. But that maybe it's interesting, maybe it's not. These two things, probably the most interesting bits of information we have so far. What do we do with that? Is the important next question. Sorry. But first, wait. If you're looking at a process tree, you might see something like this, where you're like, hey, regserve 32 didn't just load that module, it did all these other things. That's kind of interesting. Pause. Don't go down the rabbit hole too early. It's really easy to get lost while you're investigating when you're trying to triage things and deal with the alert initially and end up like, I'm going to go dig into jeon.exe. Been there, done that, and then I lost track of what I was originally doing, and it's been like 30, 45 minutes, and I haven't actually triaged my alert and made an important decision, which, while it was fun, and maybe I found something neat, my alert's still sitting there, and we haven't done anything. So don't go down the rabbit hole too early. At this point, what I would probably do is just take note of those names. take note of the hashes if you have them, and put it off to the side, because what we really need to dig into is that initial piece of the alert. We know Excel, program, DLL. With that, we can probably come to a pretty good conclusion. So let's keep going. Let's keep going with those artifacts. Obligatory pyramid of pain. If you're not familiar with the pyramid of pain, we're going to talk about it now. So what we have are artifacts or potential indicators of compromise. What is an indicator of compromise? I defined it as a thing we can observe in our data that allows us to identify a threat at the moment or going forward in our detections. So there's some difficulties that come with getting indicators of compromise. Some are very easy. File hashes, IP addresses, and domain names. If you've ever gotten a report from a 3-letter agency or read an intel report from the internet, you probably have those things to go throw into your SIM, dig into that data, look for it in your environment. Those are very easy to find and search for, and then detect on in the future. But those things can change, they rotate quickly, and honestly, you're not always gonna be able to find those things because attackers change what they're doing. So we look for network and host artifacts. We look for tools, and we look for tactics, techniques, and procedures. Those become more difficult to identify, but also then write detections on and create alerts on. If you are a person who writes detections, you probably know that writing behavioral detections is a pain. I see nods, so yeah. So that's what an indicator of compromise is, and we're going to leverage those to hopefully come to some conclusions about what we're looking into. So what I would do is I'd go virus total. What else are we going to do? Where else are you going to put a hash? But wait. I'm going to take this moment to jump on a little bit of a soapbox here about virus total. Because I've made this mistake, and I've seen other people make this mistake. And maybe you don't even know it's a mistake, and you don't know, because you don't know what you don't know. Don't submit your files to virus total, because they can end up public facing, and that can expose your data, your company's data, to the internet. As we all know, the internet is a very safe place, and it's a great place to store your data, right? On top of that, depending upon your threat model, you might tip off threat actors that you have their tool, you've detected it, and now they're going to burn that and then switch it up, and your indicators of compromise are no longer good. That's a little bit secondary, but it's still something to keep in mind. The main thing is, don't upload your files because you don't want your company's data on the internet. If you don't know if you have a policy or procedure around that at the place you work, you now have homework. You're welcome. I've given you an action item. Your managers will be thrilled. So take that back. Find out if you do have a policy and procedure around that. If you don't, make one. It's easy. Share it with people. Let them know what can happen if you do that. All right. I'm going to get off my soapbox now about that, and we're going to keep moving. So is it a threat? Maybe, maybe not. We have these hashes. We're going to search them. Let's move into that. We're going to start with regserve 32, though, because there's a potential hang-up here. When we search this on VirusTotal, we get the results back that, hey, this was distributed by Microsoft. It's signed by Microsoft. No vendors detect this as malicious. So we're good to go, right? Everything's fine? No, not at all. You can leverage clean binaries to do evil. It happens all the time. You've probably heard about good friend PowerShell and all the terrible and wonderful things PowerShell can do. But when you search that, also clean hash, signed by Microsoft. Good binary, right? Maybe not. A little bit of story time. I've been at places where the alert was suspicious PowerShell. Okay, cool. Is PowerShell suspicious, or is it what PowerShell did? The analysis of that was PowerShell clean hash close alert. That didn't turn out well. There was, I don't remember what it escalated to, but it was not good, and it went everywhere. So bear that in mind. Just because you have a clean hash doesn't mean the thing you have is safe. It's like a chainsaw. Chainsaws are good for cutting up things. Are they safe? Maybe. Depends on how you use it. Bad analogy, I'm sorry. We're gonna move on. All right. Now, let's look at the hashes of our other files. In VirusTotal, it's evil. Very clearly, Mermaid Man has let us know this. Unfortunately, VirusTotal doesn't show you Mermaid Man when you use it. I'm sorry. But when we search the hash of our Excel file, we have 29 vendors that detected this thing as bad. And then with our DLL, we have 56. The denominator here changes. I don't know why some vendors are in some lists and some aren't. Talk to VirusTotal, not me. I apologize. Okay, so what have we done so far? Let's recap. We have got an alert. We understood our alert. We understood that Excel launched a program that's suspicious based on the hashes we have. We now know we have suspicious hashes, which we can call our indicators of compromise. And we can move forward with that information to ask more questions and get more data to help us make an informed decision. The next thing I would do is, who is the threat? And I'm not saying, is this wizard, lizard, spider? Is this a nation state? Like, when I say who, I mean, what is our malware family? What are we dealing with? We're not going to talk about attribution. If you want to talk about attribution, find me later at a bar. So we can get information about who our threat is, typically from our alert. And if we can't get it from our alert, we can probably grab it from VirusTotal if our hashes are being detected. Because when you search a hash in VirusTotal, you're going to get the names of detections from all these vendors that say, hey, this is bad. In this case, we see, if you can see it on screen, it says Emotet. It's highlighted. It was all over the page. I only can give you a little bit of that, but it was everywhere. So we can say with some decent confidence, we're probably dealing with Emotet. If we don't know what that is, we're going to pretend we don't, and we're going to go to the Google machine. But first, I want to talk about some other sources that you can go to beyond VirusTotal. If VirusTotal doesn't have results, highly recommend checking out Malware Bazaar or Triage. You can search hashes there as well, and they tag their malware, so you can see like, oh, is it Emotet? Does it lead to something else? It's great. Malware Bazaar is free. Triage requires a free account, so you just have to sign up, but it gives you some really good information about the binaries that you're searching as well. Great resource for learning and trying to figure out what you may have. So with this, I would feel comfortable saying this is Emotet, and dig in from there. Who's that Pokemon? Emotet. All right, now we have a who. And the reason I delineate between who and what is our who gets us to the what. And the what is the threat. And when I say what is the threat, we need to know what is the behavior? What are we looking for? What does Emotet do? What's its MO? When it lands in your environment, what are its goals? And if you can understand those goals, you can understand impact, which is what we, as analysts, are here to do, is understand the impact of these threats to our environment and deal with that. And that will help us to triage and escalate appropriately. So is Emotet going to move laterally? Is it going to dump credentials? Is it going to just change a background to something silly? Who knows? Let's dig further. We're doing a lot of digging. Should have got a shovel. That's what I should have requested, was a shovel. Okay. So when you search Emotet, you're going to get a bunch of results. I'm going to shamelessly plug Red Canary's threat detection report because it's a good resource. Even before I worked there, loved it. Really good information. But if you search Emotet, you're going to get information. And in the threat detection report, we see some important information. I've highlighted or bolded what I think are the most important bits to answer our question here, which is Emotet is a downloader or a dropper of other malware. So with that, we know, hey, more malware, which could be fun, right? And its goal is to steal user data and banking credentials. Now, it says banking credentials. It's probably all your credentials, and you're going to have a bad day. because I have some feelings that Emotet isn't going to say, nah, that doesn't say JP Morgan in the cred file. They're going to take everything. So now you have the ability to understand impact and what your threat is. I do want to highlight one more bit here, that it's disseminated through email, links, or attachments. That's important to note for cleanup later. Just bear that in mind. Yeah. So, if threat, then what? If we have a threat, which I think at this point, with the data that we've collected, with the questions that we've asked, the data points that we've seen, we can probably arrive in a place that we probably have a threat on our computer. We have Excel, suspicious program, virus total lights up on the Excel file and the DLL. And then if we remember back, we have all those fun processes that came out of the regserv32 that we took note of. We'll get to those, but just keep that in mind. So with that, my first step here is contain. I don't want that endpoint on my network anymore. I don't want it to talk to anything. Something bad is happening. You can do that through whatever tools you have. If you have an EDR, hit the isolate button. If you have network tooling, just get it off your network. So with that, and then we move to eradicate. Well, pause. We're going to go back to contain, because if we're going to contain, we also need to ban those binaries in our environment with whatever tooling you have available. That's a little bit more difficult of a conversation. If you have application block listing, cool, you can do it that way. If you have that power through your EDR, great. If you have to push a really weird GPO, do that. I mean, you know, you got to do what you got to do to get the threat contained in your environment. And we're going to take action on that Excel file and that DLL, and then probably everything else that came off of that regserv32, because we don't know what it did. It looked sus, so we should probably just deal with that now and ask questions later. So with that, we've contained that endpoint. But is this other places in our network? Is it on other endpoints? If it was delivered through email, which we saw earlier, do people typically only phish one person? Or is it your entire organization? Do you have email addresses facing on your website? Are they pushed from your people to their LinkedIn profiles? You're probably getting a lot of phishing emails with some delicious emotet attached. So I would scope. I would search for those hashes that we have, see if they're on other endpoints, and repeat our contain phase. We need to isolate those endpoints, and then we need to eradicate our threat. Now, with eradication and recovery, there comes an interesting question of, do we go through each of these endpoints and clean up everything manually? Do we delete all these Excel files? Do we delete all these binaries? Do we look for, you know, was there a registry key that changed? Was there a scheduled task that was put into this device? That's pretty tedious. You could do that if you wanted to do a full analysis of what happened. I would save one box maybe to do that if you want to do the full investigation, but I'm more of a re-image type of person when it comes to those situations, because you could miss something. Story time. Hold on, we'll think about how to tell this story. I've seen situations where people have manually cleaned up malware. They thought they killed processes, they deleted files, they banned binaries. A few hours later, hey, your box is reinfected with the same thing. How'd that happen? I did the thing. I cleaned it up. Well, you missed persistence. Ah, okay. So we deleted the scheduled task. A few hours later, hey, your box is infected again. What happened? Well, there was more persistence. There was a registry key. There was this or that. And like, it's a problem. You play whack-a-mole and it's a waste of time. I'm more of a re-image person, especially if something jumps into memory. Re-image. That's scary. If you want to have an argument about re-image versus manual cleanup, I'd gladly have that one too. That sounds like fun. But just keep that in mind as you do cleanup. Reimaging is usually a bit more efficient and faster. Great. We got an alert. We investigated it. Sorry, did the thing again. We got indicators of compromise. We searched those indicators of compromise on the interwebs through VirusTotal to understand what they are and what we were dealing with. We got information that our threat was Emotet. We dug into what Emotet actually is. We evaluated what it could do in our environment, and then we dealt with it. Great. But sometimes you don't get all that information. Sometimes you don't have the full picture. What if you don't? What are the things that you can do to get more information and better understand what's happening? We go down the rabbit hole, of course. So the first question I would ask if I were in a situation where maybe those hashes didn't return malicious, or I just didn't fully see something that made my spider sense tingle and go, evil. I would start with the process tree, and I'd work my way from where that Excel happened down the process tree, which is where we see all those other things that came in, and we'd investigate those the same way that we investigated the initial thing. We would ask the question of, what is this file? What is it doing? Is it malicious? Can we make a determination on that? And go through that. And did you know that this song would come into your investigation? Where did it come from? Where did it go? Which is a great question. And now you're going to remember it like that, and every time you ask that question, you're going to hear it as the lyric, and you're welcome. So asking, how did this get here? How did that Excel file land on the device? Can I see it coming from a browser download? Can I see it coming from email? And where did it go from there? Which we jump back to the process tree a little bit, but don't get caught up in process trees all the time, because things can break from the process tree, and there's other things that can happen around that. There have been times where I've seen data where I dead end at regserve. I see a mod load and that's it, and that's all I got. And then I have to say, okay, where did this actually go though? And pull in more data, look at a timeline, and look at 5-10 minutes around that to see if something else happened. And I've been in situations where, something touched LSAS that wasn't supposed to. We have credential dumping, or a command prompt spawned and it's doing recon. Those types of things can happen, and they cannot be necessarily attached to your process tree. So just bear that in mind as you ask the where did it come from, where did it go question, and don't get tied up in your process tree. If I'm really stuck and those two things don't give me an answer, I'm not getting, is this malicious from VirusTotal? I can't figure out exactly where this came from. I'm not sure where it's going either. I need to start asking, is this normal? Is this normal in my environment? I usually start with the user and then go out from there. Because sometimes it is normal for that user. If you check a 30-day period, if you have 30 days of data, very lucky if you do, you're doing great. But if you don't, you can check whatever data you have to see if that happens regularly. Has it happened over the last 7 days? Okay, maybe not. Does this happen on the computer holistically? Not necessarily relevant for this Excel file thing, but generally speaking, does this weird thing happen on this device normally? Or scoping out to your environment. That's an important step too, because you might realize, this is happening across the environment and it's weird. We should probably document this and understand why it's happening, why we're generating an alert on it, and figure out if that alert is valid or not, and then tune your detectors. Sorry, more homework. The other thing is, I want to jump back to the user thing a little bit, because I've seen situations where Excel does some really wonky stuff, and it's usually in the finance department, and they're usually running macros, and they have add-ons, and it looks bad, real bad. But if you can understand why that's happening, and if it's not bad, you can write up some documentation to share with your team to say, hey, this is normal. And then you don't have to waste time on that alert anymore, and you don't have to be sad and you can look at cat pictures on the internet or something instead. All right, let's recap. What did we do here today? We evaluated what an alert was saying. We took time to understand what the alert actually said, which is important because we can end up on a totally different trail if we're not paying attention to our original hypothesis, which that's kind of how I view alerts, is they're a hypothesis about a threat that could live in your environment, and you're going to prove or disprove them. You're like a scientist, sort of. As long as you take notes, it's science. So we evaluated what the alert was saying. We were able to identify indicators of compromise with the data we had. So we had hashes, we had file names. With those hashes and file names, we were able to pivot to a search on VirusTotal and understand, oh, we are dealing with something evil here. Great. Now we needed to figure out what exactly that evil thing was. Thanks again, VirusTotal. We found out it was Emotet. And because we knew it was Emotet, we could dig into that further and understand why that was important, what the potential impact of Emotet on our environment was. And with that information, we knew we needed to respond because somebody could have stolen credentials, somebody could be dropping more malware, and we'd need to understand if that's happening as well. Also, roll back to remediate 1 sec. Rotate your credentials on the boxes that were impacted. I didn't say that, but make sure you do that if you've got that happening. Whew, that would have been a bad day. Good job, everybody. We did it. We responded, we recovered. We also tried to understand what we could do if we didn't have all that data. What if? What if we don't have all the information? What are the questions we can ask? We can dig further into a process tree. We can ask, where did this specific thing come from? Where did this specific thing end up on the device? And what are the surrounding activity? And is that suspicious as well? And if it's really not answering, we need to understand, is this normal? And asking that for the user, the computer, and your whole environment. In about 30 minutes, there will be a blog on the internet that has all this content. And you can go check that out as well if you want some notes. Basically, it's my speaker notes put into a blog format, so you can just go grab that. It's on Red Canary's website. Go check that out. Thank you all so much for coming to this talk. I really appreciate each and every one of you. I appreciate everybody who helped me put this talk together, all the people who listened to me fumble through it the first few times. And with that, I'll open the floor up for questions.
Thank you so much. That was a great talk. I have one question. So you mentioned this under the identification phase, or where you ask more questions. Would it be a good step to go to the user and actually ask them directly, where did you get this from? Is this something you expected as a step to include?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So the question was, in the identification phase, would you reach out to the user to get information from them about what they were doing, and was this the expected result? And I actually think that's a really good step. And if you have the ability to do that, you could cut down on your ability to triage very quickly. I really like that step. Some people don't. I'm a fan of it. When I work with customers, I often say, can you reach out to this person just to understand what was happening on their device before this went down? Like, were they on a website? Did they open an email? Or were they just doing their normal job? Because that gives you an understanding as an analyst of what you might be dealing with. So yeah, I totally think that's valid.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. We got to fight for the mic, jeez.
It's true, battle of the network giants. Question for you is, so this is like the most comprehensive how to do an alert I've ever seen. Now, we tend to have tuning processes. We have a lot of problems. There's lots and lots of alerts. Like, is there any way we can sort of get like a hack of this, like a shorter, more streamlined process on how we do this?
Yeah, so what we did here was a bit extensive, and I want to talk through that, but there is a point where you streamline this. I think the thing that I typically cut out when I'm evaluating something is the what is the threat, because just with experience, I have the ability to say, oh, this is evil, this is bad, we need to deal with it. But that's not something everybody has, so I wanted to highlight that. But as you go through this process more and more and more, and you see more data, and you deal with more things, you can cut that piece out because you have an understanding of what you're probably dealing with, and it is a threat. So you're really just hitting the, what's my alert say? What are my indicators of compromise? What can I gather from that? Okay, let's respond.
Awesome. Thanks very much. That was an awesome talk. I really appreciated it. So have you ever run into a dead end where you're investigating an alert, and what did you do?
Question was, when I run into a dead end, what do I do? Cry is typically the response. Throw the computer into a volcano. No. Seriously, what I do is I ask questions of people that are around me. If you have coworkers, use that resource. Like, ask questions, because even if they don't know, you're gonna have them ask different questions that maybe you did, and they can see something that you didn't. And you're leveling up your coworker and yourself at the same time. Great teamwork. That's awesome. Do that. That's my biggest thing, is use your team when you hit a dead end. That's usually where I go, mostly because my team's great. If you don't have that, like, I would say take a break, like, if you can. Like, pass it on to somebody, come back to it. Because sometimes you just need that 2 minutes to get away and then come back and you see something fresh. The other thing is change how you're looking at your data, perhaps. Change how you're searching it. Maybe you don't look at the hash. Maybe you look at the command line. Maybe you look at, I'd say the command line actually is a great place to go if you're not getting anything on hash, because you'll end up in a threat report that's like, oh, that's the exact command line for this threat. I now know what I'm dealing with. This is bad. Or maybe you'll end up in a GitHub repo for like an administrative tool. I've been in both situations. So.
What is this? No, I got it. I can do it. I can do it.
Okay.
No.
Pull it out if you want.
Yeah. No. Long-time caller, first-time listener. What are some resources you have for incident responders who are just starting out?
That's a really good question. What are resources that I have for incident responders that are just starting? Okay. I would say, this is a really good question. Oh my God. I think the place that I would go is actually somewhere like Malware Bazaar Triage, or a site that does like analysis of a file and is going to show you information about a process tree and like really detail what's happening. Because out of that, you can kind of understand what's happening with that binary and get a clear picture of what's happening there. And you'll also get like a fair amount of detail. If I could show you, I would, but just try Triage. It's really good. And it's a great place to look at binaries. And the other thing is, play around in a lab environment or search your production data for interesting things. Like, do something on your computer that's normal. Do something on your computer that's normal, and then look in your data to understand why that's normal. And understand what Excel does when it first launches, what a Word does it, what any of these things do, and what does that normal behavior look like? Because when you understand normal, you then are able to start looking at things and say, spider sense tingles, bad. Is it kind of boring to watch Excel open? Yeah, but then you have what that looks like in your data. And that's really important. And maybe you spin up a lab and you have it isolated and then you rip malware on it. And then you look at the data on that. Also a great thing to do. And then from the incident response side of like dealing with it, I'm trying to think if there's any like free EDR tools out there that you can leverage. But if you can't, get in there, do an investigation, and do the manual deletion, just so you understand where stuff is. I said reimage your box, but like if you're learning, go in and manually remediate a box. It's tedious, it's a pain, it kind of sucks, but it's good for you. Eat your vegetables.
Hi, I have a question on the same topic. So you decided to wipe out a system, but in the real world, people say, "Hey, I have a lot of files. How do I back them up?" And that's a good question because you isolate an endpoint. It means internet connection it's killed. Like, how do you do it safely? Because you can go to Google Drive and try to save those files, but there's no guarantee those files not corrupted. You can plug in USB drives, the same logic there. So I guess my question is how to safely back up important files from a corrupted system.
That's a really good question. The question was, when you have a box that's infected and isolated, but that box has important files on it, and you need those files back, what do you do and make sure that those files are clean? Yeah, that's tough. And it really depends upon the value of those files and your appetite for risk. I think that's a really big thing. And I've dealt with this with some customers where they're like, it's really important, like budgeting spreadsheets, and they lived on this person's desktop, which that's another conversation to have about where you're storing your important files. But if they are there, you're going to have to end up in a spot where you get a USB drive you never use again, probably, plug it into a computer that is isolated, and do a scan of those things and see, is this safe? Are these infected in some way, shape, or form? The other thing you can do is, if you have the data, you can evaluate were those files even touched within the timeline of the malicious thing happening on your device. Because if they weren't touched, you have no evidence of that in your telemetry, and you scan them, you're in a pretty good spot to say, hey, these things are probably safe, generally speaking. Now, we work in cybersecurity, and the answer is always it depends. But that's where I would land with that type of thing. It can be tough, though. And sometimes it's, you lost that file, I'm sorry. You shouldn't have stored that on your desktop. We have enterprise storage for a reason. That's a fun conversation too, but we won't go there. So many questions.
So I got a question about like time to detection or time to decision. So you're trying to get in there, you're trying to investigate, but time is
Yeah.
fleeting, and like malware replicates very rapidly. So especially if it transmits between different computers and things like that.
Okay, so
do you find that you have like a standard or anything like that in companies where they say, you need a decision by here, or we're just going to have to decide one way or another?
Yeah, and I think it's good to have guidelines. It's like the Pirates Code, if you've watched Pirates of the Caribbean, where they are guidelines. And you should be able to say, like, okay, I have a high severity alert that says malicious thing. With that, I would say your time to decision does need to be shorter. Because if you have confidence in your alerts and you do have a high severity malicious thing, then your time to triage that and move into the response should be very minimal. Like, I hate putting a number on this, but like in previous places that I've been, like a high pry, like very critical thing is like, take 5 minutes, do the initial triage, try to get it into the response zone. Like if you see credential theft, if you see something that's a precursor to ransomware, like get that moving. If you're running into like suspicious encoded PowerShell, okay, you need time to actually like decode your PowerShell, understand what that script's doing. Maybe that's 15 to 30 depending upon how complex that is. So it really comes down to what your alerts are, your confidence in those alerts, and what you actually have to investigate to make a decision. I don't think I've seen something where like, I'd say like an hour is typically way too long if you're dealing with something that's generating an alert that's, medium or high suspicious. If you're dealing with like low, interesting things, then like, yeah, take your time, dig into that, because they're not necessarily always going to turn into something. That's so tough though. It's a dilemma. We have about 10 minutes left. Just to let you all know, if anybody has more questions, feel free.
So I want to know when the Kellen merch line is going to be available for pre-order.
What? Do you want to know on my slides?
Yeah, I want to know when the Kellen merch line will be for pre-order. And I particularly want Thrunting tie-dye crop tops.
Apparently, we have. Oh my god.
A serious question, though. A serious question now. How often do you find that you personally have to go back to the alert logic and completely or even minorly reconfigure it because you're finding tools are giving you false positives or completely maybe useless information? Just kind of interested about that, of the balance of alerts versus coming from your tools versus what your SIM or what you've said this is a proper alert.
Merch line coming soon, but the real question is, how often do you find yourself having to tune your detections, basically? Like, how often are you getting false positives from your alerts and you have to go back to tune your alert logic? All the time. All the time. You can't, a SIM, detection, that sort of thing is not set it and forget it. It is like a garden. You have to weed your garden. You have to water your garden. You have to make sure that your plants are growing in the appropriate places. I don't garden, so that's as much as I know. Sorry. But that's what it is. You have to take care of it. You have to go and deal with those false positives. It's easy to close your alert and say, well, don't want to deal with that anymore. And then the next morning you come back to 10 more and you're like, gonna close those, don't want to deal with that anymore. You're creating tech debt for yourself and the people after you. That's mean. Tech debt's bad. And you might be missing things if you're not tuning your logic. Maybe something new happened and you had an incident that spun out of an alert that was okay, but there was other behavior in that incident where you could create a good detection. Create a new detection, then tune your detection. That's a lot of work. I know. Some people, there's two of you doing your security, and tuning your detections and doing everything else you do is hard. Been there, get it. But it's important. And I would say, I'm gonna get on a soapbox here, is if you're in that situation, communicate the business risk to your management and the people above you of why there's business risk that you can't spend time tuning your detections. So say, if we don't have time and people to tune our detections, we're gonna fall behind and we could be impacted by new threat. And that could bring down something in our environment, or we could miss something. Anyways, that's my business brain going off in that too. Any other questions? If not, one more.
What tooling do you use to track your workflow through all of these steps?
Could you get a little bit closer?
Sorry, what tooling do you use to track your workflow through all of these steps? Like when you're going through all of them, how do you make the notes and what do you use for that?
Okay, so tooling. I have the very fortunate privilege of digging through EDR data of customers. So I have like I have Microsoft Defender, like CrowdStrike, or Carbon Black Response, which, great, EDR telemetry. What is EDR telemetry? It's kind of glorified event logs and Sysmon. I don't know if I can say that, but I did. And if you have that data, use that. And then leverage network data. And use IP addresses, your DNS requests, all that sort of information. And try to get that in one place. I've been in shops where I had 5 different tools to do all those things. You make it work. Highly recommend that. Tools, I have a hard time saying like this tool is the best tool or that tool is the better tool, one's worse. Just know your tools. And then in terms of like the methodology of like, take notes. Take notes about what you saw, take notes about what you observed, what your thought process was as you looked at that thing and why you thought that thing, and take screenshots if you can. Because you're not gonna remember everything you did, and you're gonna come back 10 minutes later and you're gonna have 20 different tabs and you're gonna be like, why do I have those tabs? Take notes. And figure out what works for you too. Like that's a really big thing. Like understand how your brain works and the way that you investigate, because like I might investigate something different than you investigate something, but we're gonna come to the same conclusion. And if we can both talk through how we did that and how we reached that conclusion, that's really valuable too, because I can learn from you, you can learn from me. Sorry I like ranted on that, but yeah. Just whatever tool you have is a good tool, learn to use it.
So I have a question kind of based off of that. I think there's a lot of, you went over a lot of like very keeping track of a lot of data as you're investigating things, but I don't necessarily think all of that has to be communicated. Like, say you're doing a write-up on an alert, or you're saying, hey, I decided this wasn't bad, or I decided this was. How do you decide what data is actually important enough to be included in that, and what to pass on, and what to just accept and say, we trust that we looked at this?
That's a really good question. The question was, we looked at a lot of data, and we had a lot of data points. Not all that is necessarily relevant to escalate to somebody who might be remediating if it's not you. And how do you determine what's relevant to escalate so somebody can make informed decisions? That's a really good question. And it comes with practice. But for me, the things that I would have escalated there in this situation are that Excel file, that DLL that we had, our command lines, and then the fact that we had an additional process tree that spun out of that, but not necessarily, and if I had the hashes, that piece. And then I would say that's a fairly good piece of information for a tier 2 person to then go take action on an endpoint. Also, like, know what endpoint you're dealing with in your user. We didn't have that in our alert. Bad alert. We want that data. But that information is important as well. And being able to distill that comes with practice. It's more of an art than a science, in my opinion, because it's easy to overshare, but it's easy to undershare when you're communicating that type of information. I typically err on the side of overshare personally, and it's just what I do. But again, depends on the person. Cool. Any other questions? If not, thank you so much. I really appreciate the engagement. And the blog should be live in like 10 minutes now. Look at that. So go steal the notes, use it. Thank you again so much. You all were wonderful. Fronting. Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll work on merch later.
All right, good morning. I'd like to welcome you all to BSides. This specifically is the ground floor track. So today I have the honor of introducing Uriel, who'll be going ahead and talking about malware analysis, the Red Team edition. Before we do that, of course, I have a couple of those little announcements to give real quick. So first, we'd like to start with thanking our sponsors who are responsible for making all this happen. Without them, we literally couldn't be here doing what we do. We'd like to especially thank our diamond sponsors, LastPass and Palo Alto Networks, and our gold sponsors, Amazon, FlexTrack, and Google. It's their support along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and they are being recorded and will be posted on YouTube, so there's no need for you to take photos or videos of the presentation. We ask that you try to silence your cell phones, keep them in your pockets. As a reminder, our policy as photographs is that if you do take a photograph, you should have permission for anybody who's in the shot. We're very sensitive to being photographed. Some presenters and/or members of the community prefer to stay anonymous. So please remember that as you're taking photos around the conference. Also, I'd like to remind you, if we're going to do question and answers afterwards, please step up and use the microphone. It's not so much for us in the room or for the presenter, but it's being recorded so that those who watch it later can hear your question clearly as it's being asked. So, all right, with that, I'd like to go ahead and turn it over and say there it is. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much for introducing me. So first of all, cheers. Give yourself a round of applause, please. Oh, come on, open up. So first of all, cheers. Good old Hennessy, cognac. So first of all, my name is Uriel Kosayev. Thank you for presenting me. First, words of appreciation. Before we going to start with our presentation, want to thank, first of all, I want to thank God and my mom, of course, because if not for them, I will not be here. I want to thank BSides for making this amazing conference. And of course, thank you, amazing audience. Thank you for being here. So let's get started. So I like my talks and my presentation be less about talks and more about doing and more about practical stuff. Like, you know, we'll do a couple of demos. So I'll first introduce what I will show you in the demos so you'll have some interest. The first demo will be about the dark side ransomware and how you can, as a red teamer, learn from it, and basically how you can take the same concepts and kind of implement them in your own malware you develop. And another demo which I'll introduce how to implement some of the antivirus bypass techniques in your own malware in order to basically evade antivirus and EDR software. And my goal in this presentation, this talk, is basically for you to open up your mind, to be fluid, not to be rigid, and basically help security grow and become better. So basically, let's get started. So this talk is not only for red teamers, it's for everyone, but the aim is specifically more about red teamers. But again, anyone can learn from it, take the concepts, take the tools, and you know, implement it. So I want you to learn malware analysis. Now, what the heck a red teamer want to know about malware analysis? Like, why? Any red teamer has its own tools, his own C2, his own thing. And eventually, you know, most of the people that are red teamers are, you know, more about infrastructure penetration testing or, you know, Active Directory and stuff like this. But in the end of the day, most of the adversaries or the attackers will go for your data, okay? They will write ransomware, they will write some info stealers, they will use mostly malware. So if you want to become a stronger red teamer and a better security researcher, you need to learn malware analysis. And not only for the sake of malware analysis, but for the sake of offensive security. So a little bit about me. My name is Uriel Kosaev. I'm the book author of Antivirus Bypass Techniques. Basically, the book presents you 10 practical techniques which you can implement in your own tools and will help you to bypass basically any antivirus, any EDR. And of course, this book also provides some security recommendations that you can use in order to develop better antivirus and do better detection engineering and stuff like this. I'm also the founder of Malware Analysis Co., which is basically a website that gives you all the necessary information you need for malware analysis, like tools, cheat sheets, stuff like this. You also have my courses there. I provided courses like basic malware analysis, advanced reverse engineering, and other stuff like malware development. Basically, I like to do malware research and other security-related topics. I'm also the red team tech leader of the biggest company, like the biggest beer company in the world, called AB InBev. Just a small disclaimer, I'm not talking in behalf of AB InBev, I'm talking in behalf of myself, but just for you to know. Also YouTuber, blogger, lecturer. One of my biggest passions actually is to teach students and give them the knowledge and give them tools to become better security professionals and also to enter this field. So I'm doing this for something like 10 years in Israel, around the world also. And it's a great honor for me also to stand here. So before the show begins, what the heck is malware analysis? I like to define things very shortly without all the Wikipedia mumbo jumbo stuff, you know. So malware analysis basically is the art of analyzing and research of malicious software behavior and patterns. And by researching malicious behaviors and patterns, you can learn a lot from them for the sake of blue teaming, like detecting malware, extracting indicators of compromise, understanding the TTPs and all this stuff. But also, as a red teamer, you can learn a lot from those malware, from their techniques, from their bypass stuff, how they obfuscate their strings, how they use their malware, how they actually literally move in your network. So it's analyzing malware is like getting into the head of the author of this malware. It's like reading a book, you know? For me, it's like reading a book. I think it's even better than Mozart. Yeah, most of the people don't really like to reverse engineer assembly and seeing all this mumbo jumbo stuff, but for me, it's actually an art. So the levels of malware analysis. So the basic level is you can basically take a malware sample, if it's an executable file, PowerShell script, whatever, you can throw it inside a sandbox, which is basically a virtualized environment with all the necessary tools to analyze the malware. And basically you have things like AnyRun or hybrid analysis, which are basically, you can take a file, throw it into the sandbox, and it will give you like the overview of what the malware actually and how it's executed and all this stuff. Of course, if there is malware with anti-sandbox and other evasion techniques, most likely it will not be executed on the sandbox. So it's kind of limited, but it can give you a good overview of what the malware does, and also helping you to extract indicators of compromise. The next level is called static analysis. It is basically taking a file, extracting strings, understand the building blocks of the file before you actually execute it on your sandbox environment or your virtualized machine, okay? You have dynamic analysis, which is basically to execute a malware on your virtual machine, to see how it behaves, use tools like Procmon, Process Explorer, API Monitor, understand what kind of Windows API functions are executed, and all this kind of stuff. And of course, the most amazing stuff that most people are, I think, frightened of is reverse engineering. It's like, god damn, get into the assembly code or whatever it is and understand how the malware is actually work. So it's kind of interesting. For example, if your malware opens a socket and interacts with an external server or C2, how it actually do it? Okay, what kind of Windows API function it uses? How can I use it for detection engineering? How can I re-implement it in my own malware, in my own red teams, in my own attacks? You know, For example, whenever you want to interact over HTTP with some external server, you can use various Windows API functions. You can use this socket, you can use internet open URL, and you have all kind of and bunch of other API functions. Okay? So this is only a small fraction, a small example for you to understand what you can do with the power and knowledge of malware analysis. So we talked about malware analysis, blah, 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 what it is, what is the level, all this kind of stuff. So first of all, cheers. Another sip. Ah, amazing. So, what is red teaming? You know, you will ask someone, and they'll say you, oh, it's it's the knowledge of using or the use of tools like Metasploit and Cobalt Strike and do that and do this but like what is the essence? What is the goal of red teaming? Like actually. So, first of all, red teaming is not about achieving a DA, domain admin. And you know what? Let me tell you another thing. Most of the attackers and most of the malware doesn't even care about getting a domain admin. You know why? Because most of the networks today are very, very hard to manage their permissions and their security. It's very hard to be a blue teamer. It's very hard to like literally implement security controls in the right way. So even a ransomware today can encrypt your document files without having local admin or even a domain admin. So what the hell it needs a domain admin? So most of the times malware or attackers will go for domain admins if it's really necessary for them, like to literally move between forests through other networks or just for the fun of it. Yeah. So red teaming is about simulating real world threats. Now what the heck is a real world threat? Doesn't running crack map exec with Metasploit, with all the Cobalt Strike, Mambo Jumbo stuff is actually red teaming? It's the tools, it's not the essence of it. So the purpose of red team is to provide a real world picture of business related threats. Like for example, if you're a pharmacy business, maybe your adversary will not be Conti or Reveal. It will be maybe another pharmacy company. I don't know. Maybe another competitor. Maybe some insider threat. I don't know. And basically you need to define as a red teamer what is an actual threat to your company that you're trying to red team. Another purpose is to act like the adversary or the enemy based on accurate threat intelligence and of threat actors targeting your business. So the use of threat intelligence will help you to become more aware of what kind of threat actors and TTPs you actually need to simulate in order to give the real picture of the security posture of the company. Simulate potential threats, actors, TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures. Okay, it's like understanding the tactics, the techniques they're using. Maybe the threat actors using Mimikatz to dump LSAS. Maybe they created their own version of Mimikatz with different API functions, which most of EDRs doesn't really even detect them. I don't know. And based on these data, like the TTPs, you can actually go and do your stuff. For example, if you have threat actors like Conti, which they are basically a ransomware group, I hate them, of course. They attacked a couple of my clients also, but you know, the world is hard. But if you understand that Conti is actually targeting your business and you understand their TTPs, you can go and simulate the threats on the company you're attacking. Of course, in a secure manner. So always take OPSEC into your mind when you're doing red teaming. And eventually, the real goal of red teams is not to go to blue team and say, you failed, or be childish, I win you and I overcome you and all this kind of bullshit, you know. The real purpose of red team is to help organizations become better. That's it. And of course, helping the blue team become better. So if you as a red teamer understand the craft, the techniques, the tools that the blue team uses, and also if the blue team understand how the red team operates, they can basically help each other. So red teamer must have an adversarial mindset. This is for sure. You cannot be a red teamer if you don't know how to think like your enemy, like a criminal, okay? Like a bad guy. But Mama always said, like, told us to stay away from bad guys, you know? Oh, so sweet, man. I like my mom, and she has amazing tips for life, and she's even right. But not in the case of red team. You actually need to think like your enemy, and it's kind of hard, like psychologically, not only technically. So to know your enemy, you must become your enemy. I know it's kind of hard to do it, but if your skills of mimicking others and to be like to mimic others basically, and to understand their psychology, it will be much easier for you to do this. Now behold the real power of red teaming. Cobalt Strike. No, don't take it seriously. Like Cobalt Strike, Cobalt Strike is an amazing tool, you know? It's an amazing tool. It has a GUI. It has a lot of features, bypass evasion modules. It does an amazing job, okay? So take it in the right perspective. But mostly when you talk to red teamers, they are about the tools, like red team, Cobalt Strike, my man. You're not a red teamer without Cobalt Strike. You need to have Cobalt Strike. Nah, I don't agree. I don't agree. It's just one of the best tools out there, I think, but it's not what actually defines a red teamer. So why not doing things like this? Now, in the left you have Cobalt Strike. In the right you have IDA Pro. Personally, I like to smoke when I doing reversing. Kind of cool, and you know, opens your mind. What for me represents the right picture, like IDA, is like go and understand your own tools. Go and understand your own techniques. Go and understand other adversaries' techniques and tools and malware. Go and research stuff. Like someone asked me like 5 years ago, you know what is Mimikatz? And I like, I think so. Mimikatz, this dumb tool, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, what this and that command does? And it's like, whatever, dumps the else's memory. Okay. And it's like, yeah, and then I asked him, you know what? How do you actually understand how it works? You know, when you're asking someone, what is something? Do you know about something? So what is the actual level of understanding of this question? Like, for example, Mimikatz. What is the level of understanding of this tool? How do you actually know how it operates? How it acts? What kind of functions it uses? In what languages it was written and compiled? Do you? Or you just go, grab the tools, execute them, and you're a red teamer? Which, to be honest, most of the time, it's working. It's like, not maybe Mimikatz, but other tools, you know? But in order for you to become a better red teamer or a stronger security professional, go and try to understand how this tool operates. Like, go do some Wireshark, like, understand how the network packets are going on, like, understand how the tool you are using, for example, Mimikatz, to dump LSAS, what's actually doing, like, opening a handle to the LSAS process, enumerating the PIDs of the processes, receiving a handle with the open process Windows API function, use of the mini dump function to actually dump the LSAS. And after you actually understand this functionality, you can think maybe there's other functions or Windows API functions that I can use, which most likely most EDRs and antivirus will not detect it. So it will open up for you a greater world. Now don't get me wrong. Both malware analysis and red teaming are not about the tools one is using, but the ability to research and understand technical and abstract concepts, eventually. So I think you kind of understand why malware analysts need to concern red teamers, okay? But one of the reasons is because the bad guys do. They go and learn from each other's malware, from each other tools, from each other techniques, and they actually go and re-implement the same techniques, the same tools, or the same concept basically in their own malware. For example, if you heard about the LogB3 ransomware, also did a video about them, they literally got the code from DarkSide ransomware, copied some snippets from it for the decryption, runtime decryption mechanisms, and for dynamic API resolve, which we'll talk about it. And they literally copy and paste the same technique, the same concept in their own malware. It's like, what the hell? I'm like researching the LogB3 ransomware, and it's like 50%, like minimum 50% the code of DarkSide. So if the bad guys go and learn from other malware and other tools, why not the red teamers, the good guys? So threat actors evolve by learning and leveraging the craft, and TTPs by researching malware samples in the wild. This is one of their secrets, but not anymore. I hope this talk will actually open your mind and give you the necessary tools and necessary mindset to become a better security professional. So let's talk about quickly about the malware development lifecycle, like the MDLC, I call it. It's like SDLC for software development lifecycle, but for malware, which is kind of the same. So you have malware development, you develop your malware, you know, the malware need to check in which kind of environment it actually resides, whether it's Linux, Windows, what kind of version, what is the MAC address, the IP address, what's so-called information gathering or situational awareness. So the malware need to be aware of where is actually it. And then based on this information, which most likely be sent to an external C2 server, the malware will receive the configuration or the next stage of execution. So part of malware development, like any other software development, is to test and do QA. Like, go and develop your malware in a secure manner. Of course, for good purposes and not for bad purposes. Don't be a black hat, be a white hat, you know. It's kind of cool because, for example, if you want to learn C and assembly and doing this via developing malware, it's much cooler than developing the checkmate or snake game. This my opinion, okay? Then you want to implement some malware defense bypass techniques inside your malware. Like, most likely, if your malware will drop in one of the computers or networks that you're targeting, there will be some endpoint protections that you want to bypass, like DLP, EDRs, antivirus, stuff like this. Then you want to actually do some offline AV and EDR testing before you're actually distributing the malware. And then, it's one of the things that I want to talk about today, is IOC collection and removal. Like, it's fine that you actually developed your own malware, you use C or Python or PowerShell, whatever language that you want, but after you compile your malware, like with Visual Studio or with C++ or with GCC or whatever compiler is out there, how the file is actually look like for the EDR, for the antivirus, for the malware analyst, for the researcher. Does the strings that you actually used or the variable names or the function names or any other IP addresses that you used in your own malware, they actually presented in your malware like in clear text? You need to obfuscate them. Maybe one compiler compiled it in a one way and another compiler compiled your malware in a different way, which will be much harder for malware analysts and EDRs to detect. So if you compile, for example, a C-written malware in Visual Studio, it will be basically a different output if you compile it in, for example, GCC compiler, okay? So it's basically a research topic for you if you want to kind of test, write a malware, try to actually compile it with different compilers and see the difference. Do some diffs strings, opcode, differentiation. See how actually the compiled versions differs from each other, okay? And then, for example, if you have some malicious or suspicious IOC presented in your compiled malware, you want to kind of like somehow remove it, obfuscate, encrypt it, or whatever. And of course, as a white hat hacker or whatever, you want to use the same like techniques and IOCs used there, and like work together with the threat intelligence and like try to understand how they are actually relevant to other malware in the wild or other threat groups. Basically, you do not have to develop your malware from zero. And this is one of the things that basically I want to say here. You can learn from real-world malware samples and incidents. For example, you can go for the Colonial Pipeline incident, if you remember, the same incident that actually broke half of the gas stations in the United States. It was actually the dark side ransomware. Like a small piece of executable disturbed and crashed half of the gas stations in the United States, something like this. I'm not really exact on the numbers, but something like this. So what one executable file, one ransomware can do to your state, not only for a company, think about it, and how much can be learned from this ransomware. And I also want to dive with you into this ransomware. Like, I don't have all the time in the world, but we'll do something simple there. So, let's talk about dark side ransomware, CKNIDE, runtime code decryption, and dynamic API resolve. Now, don't get creepy on me, please. It's going to be kind of deep technical stuff, like assembly stuff. I'll try to explain it in a simple fashion. And let's begin. So let me just start my virtual machine here. So what do we have here? Let me just do, can you see something here? Like this maybe? Yeah. So we have the dark side sample. Yeah, the same malware that disturbed half of the United States gas stations. So if I open this file inside PEBearer, for example, I want to see the sections and imports, like the actual sections you have in the executable files and the imported functions. Now, just remember, analyzing malware is like reading a book, and each book has its own sections. Like, you know, it has a title, it has the data in the title, and so on. So you can see here we have two text sections. Now, most of normal files will have one text section. The text section actually contains the execution code, like the machine code, the assembly code that need to be actually executed on your CPU, on your operating system. And then you have another section called text1. You know, kind of weird. Now, in most files, even most malware, if you go to the imports, you will see much larger DLL entries. And for each DLL, you will see at least 5 to 10 imported functions. And you can see where I'm going. You have only one DLL, kernel 32 DLL, one of the most basic and mostly used DLLs in Windows. And have only one function called exit process? Like, what the hell? Like a normal malware or normal file will include more DLLs, like socket and, you know, create file, create process, you know, like basic stuff. And here you have only one function? What the hell? So, if you open up the malware inside IDA Pro and go again to imports, you will see exit process also only present here. And basically, this is the starting point from where the malware actually begins. Now, this is not the actual function names, okay? So this is the function names that I call, okay? So each call here in assembly is basically calling to a function. So for example, you define a function in C, like for example, void blah blah, and it has 2 parameters. So this is what we have. So you have here basically 2 parameters, which are basically an encrypted blob. You have basically an encrypted mumbo jumbo stuff here. And this call mumbo jumbo stuff will do something, then do another something, and eventually go and decrypt those encrypted blobs. Now if I'll do space here, I'll see that the actual code here is under the text1 section that we saw, which is not very normal. And eventually if I go here to like, for this call where shit show begins, where it's actually where the ransomware start to encrypt your computer, if you go here, it's like gibberish, nothing. What the hell? So if I double click, you can see here we have the text section. So it's kind of occurs to me that the decrypted blob will be placed in the actual text section. So this mumbo jumbo stuff will be eventually decrypted and be an actual code to analyze. So we have basically we have to execute the ransomware on my virtual machine. So be careful with it. Let's begin. So basically I'll go and put a breakpoint here and start the local Windows debugger. Whoa. Okay, so now it got to the breakpoint. So now the actual code is here. So we did whatever stuff it does here. Then we do F8 to actually execute the function. Now, just for understand what kind of decryption it uses here, if you go double click on this function, it calls this function, which I call this decryption festival, which actually go and call another function, and eventually it will do XOR blah blah. So it will basically XOR the values and in that way decrypt the content. Okay, so let's do F8. I hate this computer. Okay, and another F8. And now we'll need to see something like different here. So before I actually go inside this code, let me just undefine it in IDA and reanalyze it again. Because for IDA, it's kind of like hard to understand what is going on then. So if I select here the code like this, I go and do like analyze selected area, or C, analyze, and I'll hope it will give something sensible. Okay, here we have some things here. Let's do here C, where shit show begins. Amazing. Do another C. We kind of need to help IDA to reanalyze the code, basically. So now I'll go in F7, which is basically go into the function. Let me just also define it as a function, like with the P. Now I defined it as a function, and now I can do space, and I will see everything in a fashionably mannered execution flow. Okay. So basically, after the decryption has occurred, I undefined the data that I just kind of like got hard time to analyze, reanalyzed it again, and using the P button in the keyboard, basically I defined it as a function for IDA to understand that what is the actually building blocks. Cheers. Okay, so eventually it will go and call here 2 functions. This first function and the second one. So if I go to this function, it will do some weird things, which will basically eventually will resolve the APIs or the functions of the ransomware. So suddenly you will have some functions appear there. So Let's try to do F8 here, call the first function. As you can see, it resolved like a lot of DLLs. And now we got to actually resolve the functions also. So then I do another F8. And now you can see a lot of call blah blah something, call blah blah something, D word, whatever. It's actually a sign that is calling to the dynamically resolved IAT, the import address table, the actual functions of the DLLs which are resolved in runtime. Okay? So if I go into this call, or maybe to another call, like let me do, I hate this computer. And if I do now, for example, I'll do this call, I'll do F7, it will go actually and call shell32 command line argument. So this function didn't appear in the executable file. How did it actually now appear? So the two functions that I presented you here, they're actually doing what's called dynamic API resolve. Now, if you're as a red teamer go and re-implement the same technique or the same concept in a different technique, you can evade most of the static engines in most of the EDRs and antivirus, and it's kind of easy to do it. Yeah. So, for the sake of, for our time, I'll go back to my slides. I actually have a ransomware running now on my virtual machine, and I don't give a hell about it, okay? Okay, so as we saw, no functions in the import address table. We can see that the sections are packed or encrypted. Okay, so you see there is a high entropy. Most likely if there is a higher value than 7, it will be most likely encrypted, encoded, or obfuscated. So, first, before it goes into actually resolving the APIs, it will do the decryption. So where I showed you the two decryption routines with the XOR stuff, this is where actually the XOR is made, and the text section is actually decrypted. And the dynamic API resolve, basically it takes both functions of load library, which literally loads a DLL file in runtime dynamically, and then it uses the get proc address. The get proc address function is like like load library and get proc address is like the brother and sister of resolving APIs or loading functions. The get proc address function will actually import the specific functions from the DLLs. And voila, you have the resolve functions in runtime. Yep.
There was some confusion as far as double booking the room. If you are looking for the 12 o'clock reverse engineering a DOS PC FM V game from 1994 by Andrew, it's now down in the proving ground. I'm sorry to have interrupted. Thank you.
It's fine, thank you. So we talked about, or I showed you actually how it looks like reversing a malware, or it's not always like this. If there, for example, malware like Agent Tesla or the Yashma ransomware, which I also have a YouTube video on it, you'll see that the malware is actually compiled with C#, like .NET C#. I hate OOP languages. I hate them. But they're much easier to analyze because you don't need to actually analyze assembly, because .NET C# is a high-level language. It's called IL assembly. And if you put this executable, this compiled executable, into tools like dnSpy, it will literally decompile the code. You literally will see the source code of the malware. In C or C++ compiled malware, you will not see the actual source code. You will see the assembly. So IDA will do for you a disassembly, not decompile. So it's a different process. So now let's do some offensive stuff. Present you two bypass techniques. The first one is called rename obfuscation, and the second one is called memory bombing, which is my favorite. Again, they're referred also in my book, Antivirus Bypass Techniques. I'll be more than glad if you will read this book. So let's take a simple reverse shell. like the most basic stuff that red teamers and pen testers like, reverse shell. So you have a C++ or C++ basically code here, which defines a main function. It receives 2 to 3 arguments. You define the IP that you want to call back or to communicate with, and the port of the C2 malicious whatever server. Okay, then it actually calls the function with the host and port, and you can kind of get where I'm getting it. Like, if you have a function named execute shell in your code, what is the probability that antivirus and EDRs will detect it? You know, think about it. So the function of execute shell basically takes 2 arguments, you know, the IP, the port, creates a socket, blah, 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 all the mumbo jumbo stuff, and, you know, defines the connection of IPv4 in this case, AFINet, and defines the receive of data, the buffer itself. Like whenever the Citrix server, as an attacker, you want to execute a command, it needs to send a command, and you need to receive the output in the server side. So this is the thing. So now we actually compile this malware or reverse shell, and now we'll start to look for IOCs. And again, not only like you literally switch your perspective to a blue teamer. Now we're acting like a blue teamer. This is the real power. Like, you're a red teamer, you're writing your malware, your whatever stuff you're doing, then you put the blue team hat and you're, okay, if I'm a blue team, how do I detect it? What kind of IOCs, artifacts I can find and rely on in order to create my detections with YAR or whatever detection language it uses. So if I do your strings on the executable and I'll use findstr in case sensitive on CMD, like findstr is like the lame version of grep in Windows, okay? I hate Windows, okay? And you have this CMD dot something, like where is the dot exe? One of the reasons you don't see the dot exe, it's because I used C++, which is a shitty language. I like C, but I hate C++ because it's OOP and also to reverse engineer C++ is much harder. And basically, you don't see cmd.exe because there is a null terminated string, not null terminated, like a /n in each one of the strings. For example, if you have IP like 192.168.0.1, you'll have in the strings 192.168, and then a new line 0 and 1. What the? C++, don't ask me, okay? So, if you're writing your malware in C++, it basically be better for you or easier for you to bypass rather than C, because C compiled executables are much easier to read. You literally see the strings, the variable names or whatever functions they're defined, and it's much easier to understand. Okay, so what now? So now I'll implement some rename obfuscation. So as you can see, it's the same code. I changed the function from execute shell, like shell, what the hell, to run. Generic name, run. Run what? Then you have host and port, which again, it can be benign. It doesn't have to be malicious, And in the code before, you saw that actually using create process with the cmd.exe, and it's like cmd.exe in one line. So I did a simple trick, I basically defined 2 char variables, cm and d.exe. And then I concatenated them together using strcat in C or C++, whatever, as a pointer variable, of course. And I passed this pointer variable to create process, to the Windows API create process function. And it basically changes things in a compiled version. Then you validate again the IOC removal. Yeah, where's the CMD dot something at? Gone. Poof. Got away. The second technique that I want to show you is memory bombing. I think that I basically the first that named this technique as memory bombing. Not something new, but presented in my book. And it's very, it's very basic. Like the first technique used to bypass the static engine of antivirus and EDRs. This one is used for the dynamic engine. Like whenever you execute your malware or your executable, the dynamic engine of the antivirus or the EDR will basically allocate a protected virtualized memory, like virtual alloc or something like this. It will put the code inside this emulated environment or memory in your computer, and it will try to execute it. Now, as we all know, antivirus and EDRs has one problem, basically two problems. The fear of false positives, yeah, and the limitation of resources in your computer. Because think about it, antivirus and EDRs are reside in the same memory, in the same operating system, in the same computer. So of course they have some limitations. Now think about it. If I allocate enough large memory, like 8 megabytes, 20 megabytes, whatever, so the antivirus like looks in your mouth and said, "Ah, man, it's too big for me. Move on." And it will let your malware execute. Because if there is any chance that it will terminate a legitimate process or a legitimate executable, big problem. And this is the same thing that I'm actually exploiting here. The fact that any antivirus and EDR has some resource limitation, and I'm allocating a big chunk of memory for him to choke out and let your malware execute. And now for the detection test results. Before the obfuscation and memory bombing is made, 35 detections. After the obfuscation and memory bombing has occurred, half down, like more than 50%. It's a lot. Now, think about it. If I'll do things a little bit differently and I'll implement maybe even one or more bypass techniques, I will create a fully undetectable malware. 0 detections. Yeah, this is the reality we're living at. This is why you need to become a better security expert. This is why you need to understand both sides, red team, blue team, whatever color you want to, purple team, yellow, all these colors. It's not about the colors. It's about the way you're working, the way you're thinking, the way you're approaching stuff. So for the sake of ending this presentation, some important tips for success. Always understand your tools and malware. Go as deeper as possible. Understand the IOCs generated in your compiled malware, the network packets, the actually used functions, everything that you can. Go as deep as possible. You will be surprised as what you will learn. The most learning experience I had in my whole offensive blah blah career is through doing the blue team stuff, incident response, forensics, malware analysis, like seeing the other side of things. You know what? I really appreciate blue teamers because it's a hell of a hard thing to do. And always the complaints are against the blue team, not the red team. It's kind of sad, but learn malware analysis to understand and think like a blue teamer. And again, malware analysis is not only for blue teamers, it's for red teamers. The bed is like any other SDLC process. So write your malware in a good ability there, which I exploited. DLL hijacking, like if I can exploit the same malware, the out-of-box killer to reside in your computer. So it's kind of, so if it's very important for you for like OPSEC, operational security and everything, securely code your malware. Yeah, I know it's kind of funny to say that, but yeah. Be curious, passionate, and innovative. I don't need to say this. And take some breaks in between. Don't work like a juggernaut. Take some breaks in between. Cooperation. Cooperate. Don't be a jackass. Yeah. If you want to do a real adversary simulation, red teaming, call it whatever you want, You need to cooperate with teams like threat intelligence. You need to, or do the threat intelligence for yourself and understand what is the actual value you provide your company based on the actual threats posed on your company. And eventually take your report, the adversary simulation you did or the red teaming, work with the blue team and gain a better security and monitoring. Again, think like fluid water, not like a rigid rock. Think and operate like a criminal. Help security grow and become better. If you want to have some more resources, some more fun, more learning experience, you can go into Malware Analysis Co. You don't have to take my courses. Do whatever you want. You can learn for yourself. But you can use the resources, the cheat sheets, everything is, most of the things are for free, basically. My website is like an index. You have everything there, whatever you need. If you have some suggestions of things that you think I may add to the website, feel free to contact me in my Twitter or whatever. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you. They asked? Yeah. Questions. Cheers.
In terms of sandbox analysis, now that Cuckoo's kind of been not updated in a very long time, I saw on your site you have a bunch of sandboxes listed, but most of them
Can you be close to the microphone? Don't hear. Yeah.
Okay, testing.
Amazing.
All right. On your website, I saw you listed a bunch of sandboxes. Yeah. I used to use Cuckoo when I used to do this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I haven't updated that in forever. The sandboxes you listed, I see a lot of them are like paid solutions. Is there anything you can still run locally, similar to how Cuckoo used to be, where you could step into a process and interactively, like make a change, like click on a link or something or a button, and then go back and get your analysis at the end?
Yeah.
That's not like running the cloud. Because if I'm dealing with very sensitive data, I don't necessarily trust a company that says they'll keep it private. I want to keep everything local.
Okay, thank you for the question. So basically, he asked about plausible and workable sandbox out there. So basically, if you go to my website, you'll see there's a bunch of sandbox that you can use. Maybe there's other sandbox that I'm not aware of. You basically have two options. You can implement your own automated sandbox in using Cuckoo Sandbox, which is free, open source. I actually use it in my Army service where I did the research and security stuff. And it's kind of helped me, to gain the first visibility and understanding of the malware. It actually also communicates with the VirusTotal and brings you all the detections, all this kind of stuff. So if you want to do something locally, use a very strong server with SSD storage and whatever, a Xeon CPU, everything. At least 32 gigs of RAM because it takes a lot of resources. Basically, you can implement Cuckoo Sandbox. It will do an amazing job, but take into account there's a lot of troubleshooting and a lot of problems that you need to face, like Python shit and Linux shit and yada yada shit. A lot of shit, yeah. If you want to use a cloud-based sandbox, you can use AnyRun, which is amazing. From what I understood, it's Russian-based or something. I don't know. From what I heard, take care. Good luck. Don't put any personal information in your malware or something. You can use hybrid analysis and other solutions. Just go to Malware Analysis Co. You have their sandbox links. You can use all of them. Other questions? Thank you. Your amazing audience. Thank you very much. May God bless you all. Thank you. Thanks.
right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending our presentation. If you're looking for the right room, you are looking at Parsing the Differential Problem. Boon Sim will be presenting today. So thank you for attending. I have a couple quick announcements before we start. One is, of course, we'd like to thank our sponsors who make this possible. Without the help from sponsors such as LastPass and Palo Alto Networks, we wouldn't be able to do these. Along with other sponsors such as Envincim, FlexTrack, and even BlueCat. It's their support along with others who support and donate, including the donors and volunteers who make this event possible with even their time. So thank you for being here and for supporting that. Just remember, as a courtesy, please keep your cell phones off or in like a buzz mode. The entire presentation is being recorded. There is no reason to take pictures of the screen or take video. It's all going to be online, so there's no problem there. It's all being broadcast up to YouTube and will be there for future purposes. So there's no reason for you to have to worry about that. Also remember, please do keep your masks on and above your nose. It helps keep everybody safe. And one thing we would ask is, if you do have questions towards the end of the talk, please use the microphone in the center of the room. It's not so much for us, we can hear you here. It's because it is being recorded. That helps us capture that question in the recording so that whoever watches the recording will be able to hear that question as well. So please, if you have a question towards the end, come up and use the microphone in the middle of the room. Also, as a reminder, if for any reason you do take a picture before or afterwards, we do have a policy here at BSides that says you explicitly need permission for anybody who might be in that photo, right? We're a little sensitive towards capturing the photos or images of certain people who would choose to remain more anonymous. So, and we do try to respect that. So please try not to take any photos where you don't have explicit permission of anybody who might be captured within that. So, all right, with that, I'd like to go ahead and give a round warm welcome to Boon. Boon, go ahead and take her away.
Hi. So good afternoon, everyone. Today I'll be talking about parsing differential problem. So if you have heard about this, good. If you have not, then let me take you down some memory lane and a bit of storytelling on why we should care about this and how it not just affects what we do in cybersecurity, but software engineers as well. Because I myself am currently a software engineer. So I'm from Singapore, and in the day, I'm a software engineer. And at night, I teach at a local university, so I'm a part-time lecturer teaching cloud systems. And I play for CTFS.SG CTF team, and that's my handle. So the key takeaways for today, which I'll be delivering, is what is parsing differential problem? Some of you might not know what it is, right? And how does this affect us? Like, why should we care? And how can we address it throughout the entire ecosystem? So just imagine this, that we have a single system that we built freshly, like, hey, I have a super app idea, let's build something, right? And we always start with this monolithic architecture. Everything's locked into one giant service. And then we expose different paths and resources, right? So, but as we progress, we would think, hey, the system is getting larger, and let's try to implement different subsystems into the ecosystem. And that's how we grow, right? We don't recreate the thing and break it eventually. We try to add new features or new subsystems into the entire ecosystem. As we grow, we might introduce different systems with different languages. So it could be at the very beginning, I'm using Django as my primary language or system or framework. And then I decide, hey, I want to be like Fang. I want to use Go. And then I'm like, I want to go dangerous. Let's use Node.js. So these are some of the different ways of creating things. And part of it is also the motivation to explore the path of least resistance to Go systems. Now, I work in a super app company, right? It's a ride-hailing app similar to Uber in Southeast Asia. And what we do is we have a large system that's built in a single language, but new businesses and new technologies, new features are built in using different technologies because the people they hire to do all this are comfortable in something else. Like, hey, I'm going to build build a car rental system in Node.js, and once that proof of concept is done, we realize that, hey, we have gotten knee deep into Node.js. We shouldn't be refactoring these things, right? But the main set of features and services, they are written in an entirely different language with an entirely different pipeline. So one of the motivations to expand with different languages is to explore the path of least resistance, not just in a scope of technical work, but also business decisions as well. So what could go wrong if different systems have recurring variables, right? So for instance, in system 1, it's written in Go, and system 2 is written in Django. What could go wrong? Right, so let's take a look at some sample code. So this is something that could be written, right? For the top part, it's Go. So you have a param that's, you got it from this url.query.get. So this is reading directly from the HTTP package. And then this gets the value that's tagged to foo. And in Django, you do the same thing as well in Django's way of doing it, which is to use request.get.get, and you get that value of that variable. It looks the same, right? If let's say I pass it from the first system to the second system, it should be reading the same thing, correct? But in fact, it's not. So the first one will read as John, and the second one will read as Mayor. Now, with this in mind, what if my first layer of system is a check, or security check, or some sort of a firewall, right? And that got through my firewall, and the back-end downstream systems that is reading the value of the variable is a entirely different framework. And it's reading for example, an SQL injection payload. So that bypasses the first layer of check and breaks universal logic within the system. So why does this happen? So these two images, they are from the official packages and library documentations. So as you can see in the first top part of this slide, the Go HTTP package defines that using the get function, it will return you the very first variable. Even though you have multiple occurrences, it will return the first one. But in Django, it will return the second one. So it's a bit funny because when reading the source code, you kind of feel like it's quite messy. But if you take these two together, it makes sense. So the get item, the get function from Django implements the get __ get item, which takes the last occurring variable in the request parameter. So that is why when we have this, Go will see it as John, and Django will see it as the second variable, which is the SQL injection payload. So this is what we call the parsing differential problem. This term was first used in the LangSec language security LangSec approach, where they describe this as the different interpretation of messages or data streams by components breaks any assumptions that components adhere to a shared specification. So this is nothing new, and I'll tell you why. 10 years ago, in the Tangled Web, when Mikhail published the book in 2011, it was mentioned briefly in the second or third chapter about parsing differentials. And also Orange has mentioned this, but in a different form of parsing between DNS and also phone function, where he made a variable about HTTP parameter pollution, which stems from the parsing differential problem. And also more recently, a GitLab blog talking about how parsing differential can be used to exploit a file write or file read from their CVE 20206833. So this is nothing new, and it's been mentioned briefly in many cases. And in fact, there is what happened? And in fact, there is available resources online. So this table is from Payload of All Things. If some of you know that repository, I thought that it should be there. So I compiled different sources from the information from different sources, and I made a commit to it, and it's there already. And people have been contributing to it, and it's good that we know what are we dealing with, because as a software engineer, it's quite scary to know that my peers do not know that different systems handle different languages, different variables differently. So if let's say you look .NET and Apache and PHP Zeus, they handle it way differently from say Node.js or even Go or Python, Flask and Django. So if you have this type of architecture, you should look at this as well, so that you can make sure that your system conforms to what you require it to do. So unlike URL and URI, right, we have IETF IFC 3986 to tell us how we should parse DNS as it is. There isn't, to this day, any IFCs telling us how we should handle URL variables, and especially in multiple occurrences. And this makes it confusing for different frameworks. Because if let's say you are a full stack developer working with different languages, you'll be like, hey, what's happening, you know? And so most of the times it could be this, right? And this is just the tip of the iceberg. It can also be observed in the entire body. For example, if you see the HTTP post body, it can happen. The HTTP headers, it can happen. And let's not forget that HTTP headers can be canonicalized or uncanonicalized. And moreover, I was reading some Django documentations yesterday because I was making the slides. Django would replace your hyphens in your headers with underscores to match their headers and do a dictionary. So I'm not saying that there's a security impact, but it is an interesting implementation that they are doing this, because if you see in other web packages, they could be just matching those by just making it lowercase. So that is one example of why we should pay attention to what kind of frameworks we are using. So I've been saying about all these problems and how it affects us, but what can we do? Right? Of course, number one is to be aware of what we're using and not to assume uniformity across the entire stack. And if we have the time and we are committed enough, we can create test coverages to include such cases to see that, you know, if there is any breakage of logic. Or we can just do it at the API gateway level and just normalize the variables and pass it down to the downstream services. Now, today I've talked about web itself, right? So parsing differential problem in web technologies is something that's been mentioned and spoken in small little places for the past decade. What about the cloud? So I think this is something that I would like to leave you guys with as a pondering thing to think about, because this is something I'm still working on, the differentials within cloud systems and how multi-cloud affects us and how we should be using it correctly. So yeah, thank you. Any questions?
So we heard a lot of
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending this afternoon's presentation. Blue will be presenting today on Tomb Raider, automating data recovery and digital forensics. So I have the absolute honor in going ahead and starting this presentation. Of course, what presentation would be complete without a few prior announcements, such as going ahead and thanking you for being here. We do like to take a moment and thank our sponsors, whom with this would be absolutely impossible to be here with you and present. In particular, we would like to thank our diamond sponsors, which are LastPass and Palo Alto Networks. We do have a couple of gold sponsors too that we would like to go ahead and say thank you to, and that includes Amazon, Intel, and Google today. It's their support along with other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. So, quick reminder, please do keep your masks up during the presentation. We are trying to keep everyone safe, so we appreciate your support. Cell phones, go ahead and please make sure your cell phones are not only turned into like a vibrate mode, but also please try and keep them in your pockets if possible. We are recording this going ahead, so we'll get it posted online. There's really no need for you to go ahead and take photos or videos. You'll have the ability to see all this afterwards. And just a reminder of BSides policies. We do request that you do not take photographs without explicit permission of everybody in the photo. Of course, we are trying to be sensitive to those who are in unique situations and prefer not to be photographed. So please try not to take photos here without explicit permission of everybody in the photograph. So, also as a reminder, wow, I was ahead of myself. I got all of that. All right. So without further ado, I will go ahead and turn it over to Blue. Blue, thank you so much for being here, and have a nice afternoon.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here, man.
Oh, that's
what. What? Did you?
I knew I forgot something. Oh man. Okay. So please, if you're going to go ahead and ask a question, there is a microphone in the middle of the room. It's not that we can't hear you. It's because it's being recorded. Those who watch the recording afterwards will not be able to hear the question. So we do request, if you're going to ask a question towards the end of the Q&A session, please come up and use the microphone in the middle of the room so we can capture that. And of course, Blue, it's always nice if you can repeat the question when they say it, just so that we go ahead and capture it as well. So thank you.
Yeah, I'll repeat it. No problem. This is still good for Mike, right? You guys can hear me? Back of the room, you guys can hear me too? Okay, great. Cool. Without further ado-s, I'm really glad to be here, and thank you guys all for coming. So I'm going to be talking about a tool I made today called Tomb Raider. Much like the game, there will be a few jokes about that, but overall, I hope the naming of it becomes obvious soon enough. Automating data recovery and a little bit of digital forensics as well. So first, obligatory introduction. My name is Blue. Yes, like the color. If I were green, I would die. This guy, he gets it. It is a difficult life. Pronouns are she, her, or whatever. But yeah, and if that's a problem, you get the bad Kermit. We don't want to see that. Otherwise, we're good to go. So thank you all. I like hard drives and data recovery. That's the topic of today. I started on my own broken hard drives. I think many of us have these. And I just had it laying around. And I figured I'll figure out how to do this and work from there. Since then, I've started doing all manner of other ones. The ones I could find at local hacker spaces, in the dump, in the trash, anything really. And yeah, let's talk about how you do what I do. So, first we're going to talk about an overview of everything that this tool does. We're going to talk about the steps of data recovery and a little bit of the background of that, and then walk you through how we're going to automate those tools, those steps, and improve them with Tomb Raider. So, we start with hardware prep. You have a broken hard drive. How do you go from that to an interface you can work with? Afterwards, how do you image the drive? We'll talk about what that means and how to do it. Then, how do you possibly recover a file system if you've lost it? And if that doesn't work, or if it does work, how can you also get extra deleted files, determine what a random piece of memory is, something known as file carving, which I'll go into in a minute. And then afterwards, some stuff where Tomb Raider really shines is post-processing. So handling all of this data that you get from a given hard drive. You might have terabytes of data from even a small, like 500 gigabyte hard drive. How do we deal with that? How do we sort it out and actually find out what's ours, what's not? Or if you're dealing with a random dumpster-drive hard drive, how do you figure out what's interesting and what's not? How do you figure out what's actual user data and not just Microsoft system files? Additionally, if you're looking for it, you can also crypto salvage and look for if there's any evidence of cryptocurrency on that hard drive. So, now what to do. First, again, why would Blue do this? Well, there's lots and lots of reasons. You are already here, so I've kind of succeeded. Congratulations, you're now trapped. You now have to learn about data recovery. Just kidding, you can leave if you want, but whatever. Point is, I usually don't like asking why, because I mean, I'm already here. I'm already trying to learn it. I digress. A lot of us don't want to pay tons of money just when we could do it ourselves. We have a lot of broken hard drives. I did. I didn't want to have to shell out $500 for them to maybe not even get anything. Or especially if I have my own private data on there, I don't want to just give it to someone and be like, hey, try and get this. The only way to know if you've actually gotten it is to get your data. So that is a privacy concern. There's lots of reasons. You might also just want to explore like I've done, where you find random hard drives that otherwise would have been disposed entirely and figure out what was on them, what is the story there. Additionally, if you are interested in digital forensics, I am happy to announce that you cannot do forensics if you don't have a hard drive with data on it. If you can't get the data off of it, how are you going to do forensics on it? You can determine, oh, this hard drive got hit with a sledgehammer, and that's about it. But if you can't recover the actual data from it, it's a bit of a bummer. So I consider this a stepping stone. Additionally, better programmer and a better hacker. So first, what you can do, here's what you can do with data recovery. More than 90% of the problems with hard drives with minimal effort, you can just solve them really easily. From my experience with ones that are literally e-waste. Thrown away, and I have no reason to believe that most of them were, I have no reason to believe that they were functional, or rather, I should say, many of the hard drives I found little errors on them that were really easily fixed, but I presume people threw them away because they didn't know how to fix them. And now, with this tool, I was just automating it and going through it and finding all this stuff that people didn't realize was still there. They thought it was just, oh, it's not booting, this is happening, why is that? There are, of course, the other 10% though, 5%, which are harder software problems or hardware itself. Like if you did hit it with a sledgehammer, you might have this problem where you damaged the board on top of it. Or in case of even worse cases, you really destroyed it, in which case, well, I can't cover that in this talk. The other 5% as well, unfortunately I only have so much time, so ask me about it later, or in the Q&A if you like. That other 5%, the 5% that we cannot really recover, we've actually seen some DEF CON talks about them. If it's properly encrypted, if it's completely overridden with zeros, and or random data or just new files, it's going to be gone. If it's blown up and the platters are broken, if it's melted into slag, well, we don't really yet have the ability to do that unless maybe you have a really serious microscope, like, and crazy resources and patience. Additionally, some stuff with solid-state drives. I will cover that later if you guys want to ask questions and talk about it. Anyways, intentionally destroyed drives. This was a hard drive that I found in the San Francisco dump. And you'll notice a lot of things about this. First off, all the pins are really weirdly bent, and the ribbon cables on the left are cut. There's cables that are directly cut without much damage to the rest of it, which is a little unusual. You would expect if this just got dropped on the stairs, it wouldn't really look like this, and that's because I have reason to believe this was intentionally destroyed. And they intentionally tried to destroy it, quote unquote. Because in reality, all I had to do was find another hard drive with the same model, replace the board, and then I could read off of it just fine. Because the underlying thing, the underlying data storage device that had all the files was still there. It was a little beaten up. They presumably threw it against the wall or something, but it was working just fine. And on that, interesting things. This hard drive contained data from this guy who's on the San Francisco Water Transit Authority. We had some information on boat requirements and specifics for vessel voyages and all manner of things that had to be ready for. Additionally, random stuff like this presentation, which has wingdings in the title, I'm not entirely sure, and making ferries a viable transit option. This guy's article on feet or ferries, which is a little bit of a weird name, but I'm not going to judge. So Steve here feels very strongly about ferries. He would choose ferries if one day the day came down to it, so good for him. Other stuff you might find, interesting account info. First name, last name, home addresses, phone numbers. This is a massive address book. It keeps going. And these are just random names of somebody who presumably was an accountant or secretary or just a normal person. And they left this there thinking it would be gone. It was not gone. There are a scary amount of data on these things if you're interested in finding stuff like that. I don't encourage using it for bad, but if you're interested and you just like finding stuff like this, like I do, give it a shot. Oh yeah, psychiatric records of this guy's medical history. That was pretty rough. That was quite a story. I blurted it out, but yeah, that's a thing. On a brighter note, also found copies of The Room by Tommy Wiseau and other wonderful movies and films like that where you can just get for free because why not? It's on someone's hard drive. If you've already got stuff on your hard drive and someone else got it, congratulations, now they can get it using this tool. You also find glitched images like this, which can have little stories of their own. Like I like the soccer guys who are like really upset about their image getting glitched out and they're trying to argue it back. I have no idea what happened with the AOL image on the left or the ducks or whatever that is. Curious things like this, interesting and foreboding ones like this, and the terrifying monstrosity on the top left that looks into your soul. Little Darla has a treat for you is what that one in the middle says, which is, let's continue to something less scary. Oh God, no. Anyways, this guy, I have no idea where he came from, but he was also on a hard drive. His name is Craig, and at first I was terrified of Craig because I was like, I mean, no offense, Craig, but look at him. But he actually just has a little spatula and a little skillet on the left there. And I realized he's just making a little brekkie, and he's misunderstood. And now I love him. Anyways, you can also find Dogecoin and Bitcoin, whatever. Slightly less valuable now, sorry guys, but I have found a few of those and made money, but I'm not sure if that or Craig made me happier. All this from these intentionally destroyed drives. You may have one like this, you may have one that's less damaged. So with that said, let's get back into how to do this. How Tomb Raider can automate it, how you can find your own little treasures, how you can recover your own personal data, stuff that is important to you. We'll give a brief description of each bit and how it works, because I sure didn't know all these steps beforehand. And then we'll cover how Tomb Raider automates it. We'll cover how we can make that faster, optimize things, speed things up, and walk through it. To do that, I'm going to employ what I call the library analogy. And to explain that, first imagine you have a big library. This library is your storage device, your hard drive. It has all of your documents, all your downloads, all your pictures, somewhere in it. You have it organized in your own specific way using a catalog, an index. Just like you might go to a library and look up where is the fiction or nonfiction, where are the books by Jules Verne or Edgar Allan Poe's poetry. You have documents, downloads, desktop, pictures, media, music, everything like that somewhere in your library of your hard drive. This is your file system, and without it, it becomes really, really hard to find stuff. There's a lot of books in there. So this is how we're going to represent it. And with that said, let's talk about deleting files. No data recovery talk would be complete without deleting files, right? So library, storage device, books, the data, and our catalog is our file system. What happens when you actually delete a file in your file system? The normal way, throw it in the recycle bin, empty the recycle bin, throw it in the trash, empty the trash, whatever, yada yada. Well, unfortunately for those who really want it gone, that is not going to actually delete anything. That is going to remove it from the file system, but not off of the hard drive itself. It's never deleted. It's only overwritten. This is as if you remove something from your catalog, from the system that stores it and lets you find it, but not from the shelf, like that. That never happens unless you really, really try hard to get it to do that. Sometimes it's easier, but by default, that's not the behavior. And default behavior is what most people end up using. Most people who I read these drives from were using, presumably. And if it's still there, well, let's just, take the bookshelf and handle that later. So, let's get your device ready for Tomb Raider to run on. I usually just plug it in to my desktop. I recommend not plugging in random drives into your work desktop because that is basically just as bad as plugging in random flash drives into your desktop, and we know that's bad. Let's not do that. I usually just use a normal motherboard connection on my desktop to do this. You can use a lot of adapters, however, that work just fine on most computers. And you may not be able to recognize it in your file system itself, but once you find the identifier for it, which I describe on the GitHub page, and at the end of this presentation, you can see the link to that page where you can download the software and deploy it and everything. That's all documented along with the software. It's got usage instructions. And even if your file system doesn't recognize it, that's how you can find it. It works best on Linux. I did develop it on Linux, so yeah, sorry, maybe future development in the future. It's so much easier in Linux. I can just download all the stuff, and there's only a handful of commands to set it up. If I have the time, I'd love to deploy it for other OSs, but you can also just help me make pull requests on the GitHub repository. Please. Anyways. Imaging. Once we've got it plugged in, once we've got it recognized, using Tomb Raider and the instructions on the repository, we want to image the drive. What is that? Well, basically, we take the entire library. Why would we do that? Because it's pretty big, and we don't really want to just have a big disk that we have to plug in all the time just to read it. It might get damaged. It might get, damaged. It might actually get worse over time the more we mess with it. And that's no good at all. We want it to produce the same results every time. We want to be able to copy it if we can, so we don't lose anything else. So Tomb Raider uses a tool called Safe Copy to incrementally get as much data as possible from the drive. It uses this incrementally, makes a bunch of passes through it, tries to get as much as possible, even from areas that get damaged or corrupted. Safe Copy is a wonderful tool, so thanks to that. It's the only part that requires the physical drive. After this, you can unplug it, throw it in a blender, maybe don't, but you know, you can. Anyways, now that we've got the entire library in a file on our computer, we want to try and get the catalog for it. File system recovery. We want to find our way to recognize where our documents are, to find out if we still have pictures, what are the audio files. It's pretty helpful to have our catalog. We've likely spent a lot of time organizing it. It's not explicitly necessary because the books are all still there. We can still take the bookshelves, but it's very, very helpful, and we want to find it if we can. So we start with that. Metadata. We use TestDisk to get a set of these files. TestDisk is another lovely tool. We make use of a lot of them to get all of the files that it can from a variety of supported file systems and recover those if at all possible. Because, of course, if we don't have to go through those bookshelves on our own, let's not, because we'll see later that, we'll see in just a second on that topic, it's not too fun. So, start with TestDisk. Afterwards, we do file carving. This is if we did have to go through it manually. This is if we don't have a file system, and we did take the bookshelves. If we do that, we want to look through them for stuff that still looks like books. We want to discard the catalog entirely and say, screw that, I don't trust anything, I'm just going to look through all of my bookshelves, even if it looks empty, and see what I can find. And that's what we call file carving. You are carving out unallocated space. You're carving out of this empty space, this randomized data maybe, actual meaningful data. We use headers, footers. There's a lot of different mechanisms to possibly get this data from it. It's super fun. Let's go through an example just to show how fun it is. So, JPEG. This is some of the markers for JPEG from Wikipedia. I don't know if you can see this, but it's okay if you can't. There's just a lot of different indicators of hexadecimal encodings, whatever. Stuff that represents the start of the image and the end of the image. And here's an example image. In this example image, you can see all sorts of different jumbles of hexadecimal characters. And if anyone can spot the start of the image in this, on the right here, let me know and raise your hand. I'd love to see that as an exercise. Yo, what's up? Crap, I can't hear you. Okay. Wow, they found it. It's in the top left. Good eye. There's this random octet right here, this random set. That is the beginning of it. Obviously, it starts with that. And then there's another code way later down in the list that goes right next to that. And that's another indicator that this is a JPEG. Very helpful. Not very easy to spot. We do have to go through all this list checking for these things. And then at the end of the image, we have to look around for the code that indicates it's over. Because we not only have to know if we're carving something out where it starts, we have to know where it ends. We don't know how big the image is without this. So you look for a code that indicates that. And you can find that right there. Now, let's do that for every extension ever. Let's find Wikipedia pages, if they even exist, for stuff like RAR files and .aa files and whatever else. This is a list of like just the ones that start with A and just the ones that are at the very beginning of this tool we'll cover in a minute. That'd be great, except it wouldn't. It would suck. So we instead make use of and use our own tools as well in combination with this to recover all extensions that are supported from that uncatalogued space, the space without an index. This tool is awesome. It covers 480 file extensions and file families. Those are like audio, music, videos, archives. And as you might expect, for somebody that's just looking through random data for anything that looks like important data, it's going to make a lot of resulting data. If I gave you a ton of specifications, even if I gave you random noise, you are going to find stuff that looks like it. There's likely that we will find something that looks like a JPEG, even in random noise eventually. And don't worry about the interface on the right. It's this stuff is very thin, small text. Let's just emphasize that there's a lot of extensions here, and that's the interface that PhotoRec provides. Unfortunately, a lot of the data that's produced isn't always meaningful. You get false positives, you get data that is Microsoft system files, you get random log files, corrupted data, so that's not useful. Also, your computer's out of storage space. Sorry about that. This is a lot of data that's getting downloaded from OneDrive. You are getting the disk image, the file system, and now these carved files. And that's a lot of storage space. There are, of course, options in Tomb Raider, so you don't have to worry about any storage space, or as little as possible. You don't have to make a disk image. You can just read from it directly if you're limited by space. You can skip the carving entirely. You can just get file system. You can literally run it with everything disabled, and it'll just say, great. Well, I don't know why you did that, but great. So let's condense everything. Let's make this a little bit smaller, and let the raid finally begin. We have our disk image. We have our file system. Well, we might not have our file system. That's the one we might not have, just because it might not be there. And we have our carved files. First thing we can do, we can get rid of the disk image now. We already got an image of it, and if we are low on storage space, we are going to get rid of the disk image so that we don't have to worry about it, because the disk image is the entire size of the drive. If you have a terabyte drive and you only have 200 gigabytes on it, it's going to be a 1 terabyte file. If you have a library that's full of books and a library that's empty, they're going to still be a library. We don't want that. So we get rid of it if we can't fit a library in our other library, I guess. And then we have our file system and carved files that we want to combine into something better. A tomb file system, which we can raid. Get it? Yeah. Okay. And then we can continue with a more efficient representation. So, we're going to make a lot of upgrades and changes for this for making it more rateable. We're going to start with flattening everything into one directory. Instead of having this massive tree structure, we're going to represent each location of a file with its directories. It'll end up with a big file name, but this will also represent where it's from without us having to go through every single subfolder in every single folder and so on, trying to figure out where something is. You'll just get a big list of everything. We'll also sanitize the file names, remove stuff that would break the program, because Unicode is, God, it's a nightmare. We'll create an index, and that will contain the file name and the hash of the file name. No, the hash of the content. Sorry about that. This should help make things a lot easier. But why do we need to get a hash of the file content for this index? Well, first, a quick overview of hashing. Hashing is a one-way operation. If I have a hash function, it's going to generate a unique identifier on the right. So if I have Fox on the left, it's going to produce that weird string of digits on the right. I hope you can see this in the back. Sorry if you can't, I'll narrate. And second, we may have something like the red fox jumps over the blue dog, which would also produce a different operation. Even if we change a tiny bit of it, it is going to produce an entirely different result. Now, I know some of you are very fond of cryptography. I'll say hashing is not encryption. There, please don't kill me. Anyways, hard to find collisions in this function. These are the properties of a hashing function. There are pretty much two. The third one's kind of a repeat, whatever. I digress. We use a hashing function to get identifiers. The hashing function has several properties. Firstly, it's hard to find collisions. It's hard to find one piece of data that produces the same output as another piece of data. It would be hard, very, very hard, for me to find another sentence that would produce the same output as the red fox jumps over the blue dog. I'm sure if I tried very, very hard and used a lot of resources on something that's not very secure, I could, and people have. But for our purposes, we don't really care about that. It's also hard to reverse. So if I just give you this random data on the right, you can't really go back. And especially since these things tend to be very, very random or very, very different, you can't really determine much about the input from the output, or really anything at all. So even if I have one modification, like a typo on that second line, we're going to get an entirely different output. Why is this relevant at all to what we're doing now, and why is that useful? It seems like we would want to know the input. Well, this produces a lot of very small, and for our purposes, unique identifiers for each of our books, for each of our files. These books or files are just data at this point. They don't really have file names. We only have an extension. So how do we name them in a way that we can compare them to each other, compare them to stuff we already have? We use hashing. And specifically, we use MD5, which is a fast, small, and widely supported one. We use this to remove duplicates, as well as some other functions we'll get to later. And, well, why else would we do this? Well, to do that, we'll cover about hash sets. On the top right, just for the record, I usually keep the small stuff, not the stuff that's really small that you might not be able to read it. That's because it's not that important. Don't stress it. In the top right, there's a bunch of hashes of random files, and in the bottom right, we have a bunch of different sets of hashes of those known files. Because some books are boring. Some books are Windows Systems files. Some books are log files. Some of these files are not interesting. If you want them, you can enable Tomb Raider and it'll get them. But most of us don't really care about that. If we were trying to just get our own data back, we don't want to be saying, oh, finally, my collection of Metallica, and it's just the dun 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 from Windows booting up. So all these things we don't really care about. But how does hashing come in? That bottom right picture is of what is known as the NIST NIRL. It is a wonderful online repository with tons of known files. So these Windows system files, they exist on everyone's Windows system. There have been lots of operating systems, and we know what files they have on them. So what do? You get them all together, you collect them, and you provide them for anyone to use. By doing this, you end up with a ton of hashes of known boring files, stuff that we don't care about, stuff that we can ignore and save us some time defining what we do care about. We use these sets to considerably reduce the noise, get rid of all that garbo, and get us some more important stuff to continue onwards. Any ideas for some pitfalls for this? Where this might not exactly succeed? Really, ideas, questions? Well, earlier we saw what happened with typos. Even small modifications can produce entirely different hashes. And unfortunately, if you're recovering data, you're going to end up with a lot of corrupted data. So that's going to be entirely different, even if there's just one byte flipped, and it's not going to be in the hash set anymore. So while this has been great, it's basically taken this massive library and removed one of the bookshelves from it. We still have quite a lot. So what do we do from then? Well, we sort it as best we can so that we can comb through it and figure out what we want to figure out based on better categories like music and videos and stuff that might have been on the desktop or other stuff that was created later in the computer's time span, if you can. We already know how to classify and find what type of extension a file is using file classification, using photorec from earlier. And we can also create subclasses of those specific, using those specific extensions, like, let's say we have a, what's a good example? You might have a PNG or a JPG file, and you might have GIFs. These are all subclasses of an image. These are all lower on that hierarchy. So we would want to sort them into different things, just so we can better and more easily look through them. This is just extension classification. We're simply taking the extensions and we can organize them into categories based on what type of extension they are. It's nothing crazy. It is, however, very tedious, which is why Tomb Raider does it. We can also use content classification. We can open up the books, we can look through them and figure out if it's a fiction, a non-fiction book, if it's a image, if it's a piece of media, if it is random noise and it doesn't actually seem like an image at all, or rather a file at all. And there's a lot of different ways of doing this. For ours, we use libmagic. Those who are familiar with Linux will know this thing called the file command, but it's not super relevant. The point is that there's a lot of methods to determine the data type based on the data of the file, determining what type of book this might be based on the pages. We use both of them. And afterwards, we end up with something that represents our images, our audio, our video, our document files, our program files, system files, and so on. We end up with an organized representation of data that was on the drive. From this random massive assortment of images, we end up with, I keep on calling it files images. With this random assortment of files, we end up with something that is our own directory structure, our own better file system. It also flags it for anomalies the best it can. So if you have something that looks like a JPEG at first, but then has a bunch of plain text in it, well, that's a little weird. You should probably look into it. All you want is to whitelist the images. All you want is to get the images back from this drive. Additionally, you could probably skip a lot of other steps. You could skip the file carving if you can find the file system because you don't care about your deleted images. You could skip the imaging process of the drive if you really want. And you can skip every other thing too. Tomb Raider allows you to do that. And lastly, it runs entirely on its own. So once you start it running, this operation, which can take hours or even days to do, all of this, it will just go automatically. I like to just start it running the night before and then check on it for breakfast and find other Craigs or other such content on there and be very confused. So that is the walkthrough of what Tomb Raider does at the moment. What is it going to do in the future? A lot of this stuff I'm going to add as soon as I possibly can. I've been, a lot of my time recently has been focused on this presentation. But first thing I'm going to do is rebuild a better version of the original file system. This would be essentially a better library. So instead of one that might be not very well kept, a library or hard drive that is very disorganized, we can make our own. We can get rid of duplicate data. We can have a better way of looking for what we want faster. A lot of times computers seem to have a very hard time finding files in massive sets, which frankly doesn't really make sense to me because we can always do other stuff like, create an index. Yeah. But anyways, we can replace duplicates of files with links to those files. We can get rid of these long file paths, these things that are under a ton of different folders. We can include the files that we otherwise would have had deleted, and we can uncompress stuff. This is all just lovely nice to haves afterwards. I'm working on this now. It works just fine already, promise. And these are features that I'm planning on adding back. So if you had a system that was damaged or destroyed, you could plug and play and it would be exactly like you remembered it, rather than just being something for exploration. Otherwise, I'm thinking of adding in entropy classification. This is, entropy is a measure of how random a file or set of data is. So a random number, very high entropy, but a Shakespeare's works, low entropy. This is useful to us because we can compute a number 0 to 8 that actually measures the entropy. And use that number to maybe determine if something is noise or not noise. Which is great, right? That sounds very useful. Why didn't we use this earlier? Well, there's a bit of a problem with that, unfortunately, that a lot of file formats, like encrypted file formats, are very good at encrypting. They produce things that have very high entropy, very high, seemingly random data. So you might have 8 for completely random noise, which is actually kind of hard to get because nothing is ever completely random. And you might have 7.99997 for an encrypted file, or a compressed file. Because, of course, it wants to try and take this long, organized data and compress it into a very compact, unique representation. Additionally, on another note, the file formats we use for images and audio, MP3 and JPG, are also very good at compressing. So they're basically the same. So I didn't use this in Tomb Raider because I kept on finding that there was just too many false positives. But I'm still working on it, and I am hoping I can use it to filter out the signal-to-noise ratio a little bit better. So, yeah, that's it, everybody. That is now, I guess it's time for the QA and resources. We use a ton of software for this, for Tomb Raider, and special thanks to all of these amazing places for the wonderful software and wonderful data sets I got to use to make this thing work and put together a lot of pieces that would have taken me ages to do otherwise. Additionally, special thanks to everyone who throws away hard drives without destroying them, Scott Moulton, Noisebridge, the Hackerspace, and lastly, Laura Croft. Thank you, Tomb Raider. So yeah, I guess I said that was it, and then I had some more to say, but any questions? Yo, can you come up to the microphone so they can hear you? If you have questions, can you guys come up to that microphone and ask? I'd love to answer them. What's up?
So big files with high entropy are probably compressed.
Wait, I'm sorry, can you?
Big files with high entropy are probably compressed. Small files with high entropy might be interesting, things like SSH keys.
I agree. So they said big files might be something that's compressed and have high entropy. Small files might be something like SSH keys or stuff that's important. I agree. Thank you. And at the moment, that's actually covered by the tools that we already use for classifying. So the content classification and extension classification that would look for .key or .pem files works really well. And I find those all the time. They're like one of the most common things I find, along with shadow files, which are fun to test out on another note. But yes, I agree. And that's part of the reason I want to implement it, so I can use that sort of stuff to shorten things down, or at least provide an option saying, for those who want to use it and say, really, really, really crank down on the noise, in which case they could just remove all of the files with a higher entropy. Anyways, yeah, what's up?
So, first I just want to say that this is awesome. This is so cool.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. I really love it, and it's been a lot of fun making it. So thank you so much. That's really nice.
And my question is, when did you start approaching this as a signal to noise ratio problem? And what did you use to kind of get yourself there?
When did I start treating this as a signal to noise ratio problem? And what did I do after that to like work from it? Okay. Basically, I would recover data and there would just be so much. There would just be tons of files. And even on stuff where I knew more or less what it was or what would be there, because I would find the file system and I could look and see what were actually documents or downloads. It would just be some office computer. There would still be like a massive amount of Windows files that would just dwarf any of the user data. At that point, I was looking through it and I was spending all my time trying to find actual relevant data and stuff that was added by the user, not by the computer. That I was like, I gotta work on improving this. So I spent a lot of time, there was a lot of time spent on Tomb Raider just doing that. And working on shortening it down, making it so that you can actually process it, because there are a lot of tools that Tomb Raider uses. These problems are not, unsolved for recovering data. And the problem is that people don't know how to use them, and they produce so much noise that they can't really use them. And that's why I made this. I wanted you all to have a tool that you can use where you can just plug and play and run it on any sort of hardware.
I am so looking forward to using this. Thanks again for the presentation.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, man.
So I looked up your tool before the conference when the description for the talk was posted. Looks super great. Looks like a really awesome wrapper around a lot of other tools that we all use very frequently. And so I'm excited not to have to do it all manually anymore. But I couldn't find any good descriptions on how to use the tool or how to set it up, especially where it uses so many different tools. You probably got to set it up just right. Kind of what's the process you're looking at and creating that kind of documentation so we can actually go and use this?
Absolutely. So they brought up a very good point, and it is that when they looked up the tool like a few weeks ago, it didn't have as good documentation. You're totally right. It's because I was making these slides. And I have updated the README since then and other documentation to make that better and support more stuff. Now that I'm done with this presentation, I'm going to be improving that even further and continuing my development on that in my free time. So you're totally right, and I'm sorry I wasn't there earlier, but thank you for looking. I'm glad you checked it out. I guess I didn't expect anyone to be looking at it much earlier, so it caught me off guard, but I will, I'll be improving it a lot more. I've already added some documentation on these steps and some usage and installation instructions.
Thank you.
My pleasure, thank you. Any other questions? Does anyone else want to add? We still actually have a lot of time. I'm a little bit early. So if anyone wants to know about stuff that wasn't very clear, any possible future features, bring it. I'd love to hear about it. Hiya.
Hi. So for some of the maybe more interesting things you found, like the diagrams.
Can you speak up? I'm sorry.
Sure. The diagrams you found, the architectural diagrams for the water system. Have you done any reporting to the owner of that data, or thought about how you might do some
I haven't been able to find the owner of the data. Also, fortunately, those diagrams they seemed to be. Yeah, there wasn't any actual compromising data for their systems on there, just interesting stuff regarding the technical specifications of how ferries work and how the San Francisco Water Transit Authority ran their system. That's a very good question, though. I have reached out to a lot of owners of these drives. When I'll find all their data on them, and I'll just be like, oh wow, there's like this is this person's life. These are family pictures and so on. To clarify, the question you asked was, have I contacted the Water Transit Authority about this data? Anyways, sorry I didn't say that earlier. There have been a lot of people that I've found their hard drive, and I have been able to find contact info. Tried reaching out. Unfortunately, usually they don't respond, or it's out of date information because it's been in the dump for years. and I just randomly dug it up. But yeah, I also run a side business doing this, so I can more like directly help people and help get them get their data back without it being any like problems, without there being problems. What's up? Do you have a question?
Actually, I do have a question.
Wonderful.
I was interested to know, only because you're so intimate with the topic, what is the current state of backlog in like organizations who are trying to get through these petabytes of data using these kind of tools? And are you finding the tools have been effective in trying to help them, or it's been a few years since I've looked at the numbers as to the backlog?
The backlog for
for example, when they're trying to, government agencies or local law enforcement are trying to go ahead and create a case against somebody using the digital forensics, and there's usually these backlogs of years sometimes to try and get a hard drive through for analysis because it's so manual in many ways.
That's a really good question. Thank you. So they asked, what does it look like for existing enterprise implementations of data recovery and digital forensics? I can only give an approximate representation because I have not worked as a digital forensics person. This has just been my fun, learn how to do data recovery thing. However, I did get familiar with that because my roommate does digital forensics. And I was like, hey, what do you think of this? And they were like, oh, fuck, that's great. And so I guess my answer, take this with a grain of salt. I think they just pay for the time. They just spend a lot of time going through stuff. They have to do some stuff in the manual fashion because they have to because it's just such a strict legal process. So, like, full disclosure, you couldn't just be like, Your Honor, here's my rated tomb, arrest that man. Like, that's not really how it works exactly. You have to use like the original image, you have to use all this stuff, but you also have resources, and you're still gonna have to look through tons of files, and you're still gonna have to try and recover all this old data. Why not save yourself some time and automate the hell out of it and find as much of it as you can immediately using this? And that's what I made it for. Not as a very good first step for that, and a final full solution for anyone else. So thank you for that question. It's very good. What's up?
So when the hackers all go back home and everyone's in their local municipality,
yes,
where do you suggest we look for busted hard drives?
That's an amazing question. Oh, I love that question. Okay, so when hackers go home, okay, I have 2 minutes. When hackers go home, how do they find hard drives? It's a great question. So it depends where. There's some places where for the dump specifically, you usually have to know people to be able to like look in the dump and find them. I know people and made friends with people who work at the dump, which is great. However, that's awesome. There's tons of ways. So I only have so much time, so I'll go through some of them. eBay. Tons of stuff. You just look for the ones that are like broken or for parts, and then you just can buy like a stack of 20 of them that are from laptops for like $50. It's the best. You can go to garage sales. You can go to old offices. They're always throwing away computers. You can go to places that have e-waste, which is also old offices and other companies. And if they have public access to their e-waste, which sometimes they actually do, and it's a little bit annoying, if you work at a place that has e-waste, just go there. And then you can find a lot of hard drives and other such things in there. If you find anywhere you might find broken computers usually have hard drives. So I went to Noisebridge, special thanks to them, which is a hackerspace. To translate, that just means that it is a big workshop for anyone who wants to build stuff, hack stuff, and people donate stuff to it all the time. They had tons of just broken computers and shells of them, and I would just be like, all right, time to go get some hard drives. And they used to have a lot of hard drives in those dead computers. Now they're all mine. and I am using them for practicing and for testing this and practicing this. Don't worry, I'm not actually taking all of them because people should hack on them and do lots of their own stuff with it. So yeah.
You're not using the room for an hour.
Oh, cool. Okay. All right. I'll take an hour to explain the rest of this question then. So, yeah, hackerspaces are basically workshops where you can do that, yada yada. And people just donate spare computer parts to those. You can go look through those, find hard drives. Garage sales. People just throw away old computers because they don't work. And it's because the hard drive was broken or, broken. You can go to, what was it? Craigslist, lots of old stuff there. Craigslist is like, I swear, Craigslist is like the black market, but it's like not the black market. You can find everything there. What was I gonna say about garage sales? Just, you can go through the literal trash of places that are near corporations. That's not very fun though, because you can usually find them in a lot more convenient places. Anywhere where there are people gathering to do a lot of tech, there will probably be broken computers somewhere around there. And you can just say, hey, can I try and fix your hard drive? And a lot of time, it's like, what do they have to lose? If they just have a broken computer that they've given up on, and you could fix it, even if you don't fix it, they're gonna be totally fine with that a lot of the time. So just ask around, look for places where there are tons of leftover computers. Something else I'm thinking of, I can't really remember at the moment. Don't know. Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't want to imagine that.
Welcome to the BSides. You are in the ground floor track. This talk is 0 Days Should Not Be a Fire Drill by Steve and Tony. I do have some announcements before we go ahead and get started. First and foremost, we'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, LastPass and Palo Alto Networks, and our gold sponsors, Amazon, Intel, and Google, for their support. The support of our sponsors, along with donors and volunteers, is what makes these events even possible. Cell phones, I do want to give you a quick reminder. I'm sure you've heard it many times already. These talks are being streamed live, so as a courtesy to our speakers, please make sure your cell phones are silenced so as to not be disruptive. In the event of questions, which I believe we're going to have some questions time after, we're going to ask you to use the crowd mic. There's a mic in the middle. Again, these talks are being streamed, so for the sake of the audio on the YouTube, we ask that everyone speak into the mic. As a reminder, BSides photo policy strictly prohibits taking pictures of anybody without express permission of everyone who is in the frame. So, as these talks are being streamed, you will have access to the content later. So if you are concerned and would like to know more about the content, you can look at it later. And unless you are 100% sure that you have the express permission of everyone in the frame, please refrain from taking photos. Please make sure you have your masks on at all times. That is it. So with that, I will kick it over to Steve and Tony.
Thank you so much. So my name's Steve Winterfeld. I have responded to both data incidents, data breach, data loss, vulnerability announcement, 0 days, in banking, in retail, in government. And so I want to share some of those lessons with you. My co-presenter.
Hello, everyone. So thank you. We know you have a lot of choices for talks. One, thank you for showing up after happy hour. And also thank you for coming to our talk. This is me. We didn't really do intro slides, and then you threw this one together for me, so thank you. But thank you guys for being here. We're going to talk a little bit about 0 days, response to those. I've been in InfoSec since the late 90s. And whereas I feel like you've kind of been in the management, senior track, I've been the person who's like always been under the...
I do work.
You do sometimes.
You're inferring I don't actually do work.
But, when you're the person, with your boss breathing down your neck, like what your next move is very critical. So we're going to talk a little bit about taking the guesswork out of that process and how to make you more successful dealing with 0 days. So let's get started.
And so, big fan of The Office. I'm not going to lie, when I went and looked for an example and I found this clip, I lost about 3 hours watching clips of The Office. If you go to YouTube and you do fire drill in The Office, I'm not responsible for the next 3 hours you guys lose, but it's awesome. And essentially it is saying, Dwight had a fire drill and nobody did anything. So then Dwight had another fire drill and it went the other direction. And so we want to say that, how often are we going to have a vulnerability coming out? And what time does it come out? Friday at 3 o'clock. So Log4j is going to come out before the holidays on a Friday at 3 o'clock. How much of our life should we be giving up, and what can we do to kind of turn that around?
Hey, just a quick note. The other most awesome episode of The Office is when Dwight cuts a face off of the CPR dummy and then puts it on his face and he's like, "Hello, Clarice." Remember that one?
And so when we get to questions, if you don't have a question about our talk, anybody's willing to can try to stump Tony on movies. Give him a line from the movie and he should be able to do it. So we should have some questions.
All right, so let's talk about some examples. Here's kind of a whole myriad of examples, and you'll notice too that these arrive in your, life in a number of different ways, right? SolarWinds, this is like supply chain, like a product that you're using. Where's that product installed? Who's the product owner? Who's the owner of the server that the products are installed on? That's a very different story from like a large scale, like Heartbleed or Log4j, a protocol related risk. Those require a whole different group of people to be contacted and to respond to this incident. And then going down, you look at things that are kind of status quo, parts of your infrastructure that you're using. They're obviously, there was a great talk the other day about DevSecOps and how it's failing. It was actually in this room. And the funny part is, most people always talk about dev and sec. The ops part is all the other things that have to happen for dev and sec to work properly, because implementation, deployment, who's using those systems, that's the operational aspect. And then obviously Stuxnet, Meltdown Spectre, these are things that most people aren't really prepared for in general, right? Because these are vulnerabilities or exploit attempts will be happening against systems at the very deepest root of your environment. So it obviously requires a different perspective.
And again, this is a team sport. So as soon as I hear about what's going on, I've got two challenges. Where is it in my environment, and where is it in my critical provider's environment? And so, you need both those processes. You need to have thought through as soon as I start on my checklist, I have a partner in vendor management who's going through. So at Nordstrom, we have had, and my wife is very mad that I've moved away from the Nordstrom discount. But we had 5,000 vendors. So then we had a category of which of those vendors had our customer data, which of them had credit card data. Some of them were they were in our system, so when we sold a pair of shoes, they sent us another pair of shoes. Some of them knew who bought it, what it was for, and so, that's the first one. The next is, where is it in my environment? How many have a lot of confidence in their asset management system? You're in trouble. How many people have an SBOM? Know where all their Log4j is and all that? That is awesome. Working on it, nice to see. I have this going next to me. Y'all take your mask off and yell.
You have an SBOM, but do you know if it's correct? If it covers all your stuff?
And then firmware. How many had a process when Spectre came out to patch firmware? I mean, for us, that was a new process we had to develop. And so, is IoT in your asset management system today? Or is that just a rogue system not considered to have data on it, so it's not in your asset management? And so the reason we built these out, just like when you're doing data breach, I think, third-party data loss, I lost data, I lost access through ransomware. There are classic scenarios you should go through in your planning, and we think this is a framework.
Yeah, the last point too, especially when you're talking about where these things exist in your environment. He just mentioned about SBOMs, right? A software bill of materials. There's a lot of, especially on the IoT side, the antithesis of SBOM is, do you have a problem maybe scanning into your environment because of risk of these fragile TCP stacks being knocked over from your asset identification scanning tools, right? So there's a big play there. Are you really catching everything that could be at risk here from these types of vulnerabilities?
And if you're trying to figure out why the Raiders are up there, it's because I live in Colorado, and this is one of the few safe places I can put a Raider logo up. So while I'm in Vegas, I'm going to take advantage of that opportunity. So I think part of the problem today is we think of a 0-day as an incident. And these are our two classic processes to deal with an incident. I'm saying that a 0-day is not an incident. It is a systemic problem, and it belongs in a different box. I think it belongs in crisis management. It's not something that's going to be finished out in the SOC more often than not. It's not a quick remediation with our tools. Again, it's a committee. It is a large phone call. You know, when the CEO hears about Log4j on NPR on his drive in, what's the first phone call you're going to get that day? You know, and so it's notification. It is having a coordinated response. Who needs to be notified for what? At what level of incident does it? So again, a customer is going to hear about Log4j and they're going to call the call center. And the call center is going to be asked, is my data safe from Log4j? Does your call center have any idea what they were just asked? So again, I think this belongs in crisis management because you need a message for people that call in. The next person that's going to call, when I was a CSO for Nordstrom Bank, is the feds, the OCC. They're going to call and say, what's the risk to the bank? Are you guys safe? So you have this constant stream, which is why I think we should move it out of incident response into crisis management and follow that same thing. And so one of the things that is, you know, which systems impacted by WannaCry, Log4j, pick your 0 day of choice, SolarWinds, what access was it to data? Tony was talking about SolarWinds, who was running it. I don't care who was running it, what was on it, what kind of information was involved. Is it customer information? Is it infrastructure information? Those are different reactions. Those are different people I have to notify. If there's customer information in there, now I'm calling privacy. They need to be on the phone call. If we lost it, I have 72 hours to notify somebody. And so you see where I'm going. And then again, I can't bang on this drum hard enough. I need you to be in lockstep with your vendor management or whoever's going to own all that others. And so for Log4j, what's a reasonable amount of, and this is manual, I haven't seen any program, and if somebody has, let me know, to automate this, where you're calling your key vendors and saying, are you secure from Log4j? You have my customer data. What's your plan? And what are they doing? They're doing the same thing you're doing, trying to figure out if you even have that protocol anywhere. So it's not a quick call and done.
No, go ahead. So this goes back to what we were talking about before. There are a lot of different people. If you look at the RACI chart at the bottom, this really depicts who was responsible for getting that ring into the flames to destroy it, right? You know, as you kind of map out who in your environment needs to be contacted, there's some really kind of practical things you can do. So one, if you've ever done like a tabletop exercise, think of something where you're under duress, right? So we work a lot with, large-scale web app attacks or DDoS attacks. And you'd be surprised going through a tabletop exercise before we go through the process of developing one, you just say, hey, you're under attack, what do you do? They're like, okay, we're gonna call our 2 contact people in network ops and blah, blah, blah. And then they don't answer the phone because it's lunchtime or it's midnight where they live. What do you do next, right? Who's the second person to call on the call tree? How do you transfer responsibility? At what point do you open up a bridge and you say, hey, we're gonna have a bridge that's open from now until this attack is remediated, to where anyone who needs to be notified of what's going on, they know this is the bridge to call into, right? There's a lot of procedures that can be done beforehand to save time. Because when you're under duress, when you're, when you're hard down, or if you've failed over to your failover data center, just say, and God forbid your failover data center is not failing over, everyone starts to get red in the face. They start to make poor decisions. And you have, somebody that looks like this standing over your shoulder, just That was not cool. But you have like
true.
You have your boss looking right over your shoulder, and you're just like, I've got to focus. I've got to remain calm. The more planning you can put into this whole procedure here, for who's involved, who owns what, who are the secondary contacts, all that good stuff, that has to be done beforehand. Because the longer you wait, when it eventually does happen, you're not going to be able to respond in time, right? You're probably going to have a poor experience.
And that's why I love that when you're building things like this and then you do the exercise, you do two things. One, you discover that, Tony built this and it says create fellowship, and there's two people responsible for that. Is that legitimate? Can two people own the process? I tend to say a RACI can only have one R.
Well, Frodo was a key contributor to the ownership
Then
of that
he should
process.
be consulted.
In fact, some might say he was not the most equipped to take the ring on that journey.
And that's
but
why
that's
I
not the
say,
point.
I think you have it anyway. And so exercises are critical to both make sure everybody knows who owns it, how they own it, if it's a partnership, how they're going to come to resolution, and also to set expectations. So for those of you who have been involved in some kind of a major incident, the first thing you get from the leadership is, what's the status, and we want an update every 30 minutes. And then you turn to your SOC analyst and you say, you go do your work, and when you have something, come tell me, and I'll update them every 30 minutes. You don't need to come back to me every 30 minutes, because guess what? How long does it take to troubleshoot something? Until you figure out what's wrong. I love those hypothetical questions. When are you going to know how much data was lost? Never.
When I can tell it's not happening anymore.
And so, building expectations, building the team, making sure people know their role. I can't emphasize how important this is. It is key, especially now with the high turnover all of us are experiencing. How many of us have that one guy who left was the historical knowledge of all your firewall policies? So these exercises are really important.
So let's take a little journey back in time. Even further than this, let's go back to 2014 when there was an SSL vulnerability called Heartbleed that was disclosed. And we found out that it had been actively exploited in the wild for a previous 2 years to that. Right, so this was one of my first big experiences when I started Akamai. And to the point of, who gets notified, before anything was fixed, we had to make a public press announcement, right? Because everyone knows there's TLS or SSL certs deployed globally across 350,000 servers that are, in front of big banks, big social media companies, big commerce platforms. So we probably have to give some kind of notification what's going on. That process, what's really interesting about this is we learned a ton of lessons from this. And we've announced this publicly, but the initial response was our implementation of OpenSSL was not vulnerable to this exploit, and we started sharing what our implementation was. And then 3 days later, a researcher came back to us and said, hey, you guys are still vulnerable. Here's a POC of the exploit still working. So we had a 3 or 4 day lack of a head start on going out and rekeying all of our certs globally. That's a huge impact. And when you go through that process, you really start to find out, man, a lot of people need to touch a lot of systems at the same time in order to get this done expediently. So it's like, hey, can you spell computer? Congratulations, you're on the task force, right? So flash forward to the response to Log4j, and here we have, I guess 8 long years after that, and we started seeing that all of the things that we learned from those initial, Heartbleed and then later Poodle, we put into action to have a really proper response for Log4j. One, the visibility around, where it exists in your environment, that's a real key issue. But more so, we saw so much exploitation attempts against our customer base. At one point, I think 60% of our customers were being hit by exploitation attempts. As we started to kind of weed out and we started to see patches come out, then we could start doing reduction of that and say, okay, these are vulnerability scanners that are testing for the exploit based on this vulnerability scanner code that it had. And we could start to take that out. But this was a really massive, massive problem.
And so this is where we've kind of diverted from our generic example to an example of a security vendor. So how many of you work for a security vendor of some flavor? So this is where you're
Good for you
protecting
guys.
yourself.
Never change.
This is where you're protecting yourself and simultaneously looking at your product and how your product can protect your customer. And so what we're talking about here is what we were seeing hitting our thousands of customers on our web application firewall.
And this is where you really kind of break out, and there's intricacies to this, right? So like we have an adversarial resilience team that really looks at how adversaries might and do try to bypass, or do try to bypass Akamai platform security. So securing the platform means making it continue to run properly. But then the other side is anything that's deployed on behalf of a customer, how are those configurations and that implementation secured separately, right? So again, it goes into the RACI chart again, who's responsible, who's going to be brought into a task force. If we go to the next slide, we'll see that, so the red graph here on the right side is percentage times 10. So these are 60% at one point, 60% of our customers were being hit by these attacks. And then you'll notice here as well, as new exploit code is being released, we saw a huge influx in attacks that test out that new exploit code, right? Because anytime new code is released in a 0-day, there's a race against the clock. Like, when is this going to get patched? If I'm going to exploit it, the time is now. So we see like a fevered pitch here. You'll see around the a few days after Christmas time here, massive increase in attack traffic. Now, some of this was attributed to scanning tools that got the previous patch, and then they were testing, obviously. But again, this is the interesting case about this, again, that I mentioned is 92% of the attacks that we saw were being blocked far away from where the exploit was actually vulnerable. So this is where you come into what is your model for securing your environment? Do you have like virtual patching capabilities where the exploit may still exist, but you're buying time by blocking the visibility of that, from the adversaries, right? So this, again, it was a great learning experience for us.
And one of the key lessons is never let a good crisis go to waste. And so I want to talk about the three aspects we have here. The first is protecting our customer. On day one, you have to get the message out to whoever your partners are, whoever your customers are. If it's internal IT, if it's making sure your third parties are working on it, if you're supporting customers, if you're a bank managing wealth, you're notifying people what you're doing. So, that educating and getting the message out that you're on top of this is critical. I find it interesting that this was a huge chance for people to reevaluate the risks they'd accepted. How many people have a security control in monitor mode only? Why? Because we're worried about the friction.
Be honest. I was going to say be honest, but yeah, no need to do that.
How many people won't raise their hand no matter what I ask? Okay, good.
Nice. Psychological warfare, I like that.
So, this is something that is fascinating because when this came out, the leadership was now asking, are we blocking this? Not security begging, can we please put in a blocking rule? And so they took advantage of it. I saw some customers changed their entire platform to block mode, and some customers only block on the Log4j rule. And so there were, again, this is risk tolerance. It's the customer experience, security balance out there. But a lot of lessons learned around, this is an opportunity to go back to leadership and talk about your risk appetite, which is an FFIEC banking term. Going back to what's your corporate willing to say is the right thing to do.
Hey, on that point, will you talk a little bit about, you mentioned, you know, someone's driving to work as a board member, they hear, hey, the latest, you know, earth-shattering vulnerability that you're all going to die because of. Talk a little bit about the involvement of the board when things get to that level, how it changes the scope of how you have to respond to it. You know, from a notification perspective, from a now they want to be updated every 10 minutes, just like, you know, your boss would normally want to be. What's that look like?
So my experience has been 10 years ago, our boards had more Luddites on them than technically competent people. If you don't know what a Luddite is,
I'm going to Google that.
It's worth going to Wikipedia. I'm not going to go down that rabbit trail, but it's one of my favorite derogatory terms. And so the thing we've seen is how many businesses now don't have a critical part of the business that depends on IT. It's fewer and fewer every year. And so boards are now talking about the business strategy in terms of technology capabilities. And so we're seeing more of them educated. More of them, they've always talked about risk. They've never talked about technologies. And so the board doesn't want to know what Log4j does. They don't want to know what open source is. They don't. You are not a technology advisor. You're a business partner. And if you go up as a CISO, as a technology advisor, you're not going to knock it out of the park. And so you're going to go up there and you're going to talk about risk. And on day one, you're going to say, right now, we have risk around customer data in these 3 places. And we put a segmentation policy. We have additional monitoring. We have an immediate patch process once a patch comes out. We've implemented a WAF or whatever, you know, this is. If it's SolarWind and it's a product, then, you know, there's a different set of what you have to do. Are you going to uninstall it? What's the impact of the business? Again, rabbit trails I won't go down. But it's going up and talking about the impacts and the risk to your business.
And if you go back 10 years, 10, 15 years, how many companies didn't rely solely on the internet to do their business? So whereas you might be able to say, just say you're in SecOps or you're in incident response, and there's an infrastructure problem, it's so easy to kind of pass that over and say, oh, that's a platform issue, or that's the cloud people that have to worry about that, or that's or there's some kind of, if there's an internet outage, if there's anything that could affect your company making money, trust me, anyone who could possibly fix it is going to be in scope for, a resume writing opportunity, right? So the whole idea here is that as more organizations are relying on the software stack, the internet stack to viably have their business function, it changes the conversation. It changes the education of the board. A lot of the board now are a lot more technology savvy versus 10, 15 years ago, they were just kind of pure play business people advising on the next strategic step to take. So I think that's an interesting change too. And we should be cognizant of that when it comes to how we deal with our superiors up the chain, because you have to understand where they're coming from too.
And you probably haven't heard of this organization, so you may want to write this down, but there are a lot of industry ISACs out there.
Never heard of it.
And that's his favorite topic. And so that's another thing that you've got to decide to put in your process. When you have these, are you going to call in and see if there's an ISAC call? FS ISAC, healthcare ISAC, hospitality and retail. At one point, there were 15 major ISACs. I think there's more than that now.
I think there's like 24 now or something like that. It's pretty pervasive.
But where are you going to go to your peer group? What communities are you going to reach out? What external resources are you going to leverage? And there's a bunch of them out there. DHS is going to put something out there about a week after you need it. But again,
no offense, DHS. No offense is what I meant to say.
And so, but I will tell you why it's worth going and looking at that is it's a great lessons learned. It's a great checklist to see what if you did and what other people did. The last thing is expanding our toolkit. For each one of these, there are different remediation or mitigation techniques out there. And so kind of think through that first set we went through. What tools do you have in your toolkit and where do you have gaps? You know, we talk about segmentation, we talk about access control, we talk about, if you're in your API environment, what are the different tools you have or levers to pull during these incidents? So again, I want to talk a little bit about, what is the next step? What should we be doing? And I've really tried to make a case here that we should shift off of thinking about a 0 day as an incident, a SOC-owned problem, and expand this to be what it needs to be. A communication exercise, a RACI with IT, vendor management, forensic, the pen test team going out and checking.
PR even, public relations even. If you have to give incident response or notification that, hey, you are looking at this, or maybe because of the vulnerability, you had to take systems offline for patching, all of that has to be in scope.
Absolutely. And so, if you don't have a crisis management process you can go leverage, then we need to have another discussion. But for those of you who do, I think this is a great, I'm a huge advocate of NIST, simply because NIST is something that you can show the auditors is a best practice. So, something like, moving NIST 190, I think, is for APIs. I think we have NIST 207 for Zero Trust. There are a lot of special pubs out there that you should be pulling verbiage from, best practices from, and crisis management. Well, and don't forget that first incident response cycle I showed you is from NIST as well. And that's more the traditional 853. So go out there, build the documentation, exercise, practice this. I know you wanted to talk about that as well. And cover a little bit about the SBOMs and the vendor management there.
Yeah, we talked earlier about the idea of an SBOM, right? So what software exists in your environment, whether or not it's your responsibility to patch it. Years ago, I used to use tools like Secunia, which are agent-based tools that will install and basically map out all the software that's installed on that system, and then compare it to the latest patch update for each of those different software packages. Things like that exist now. I know they got bought out. They're doing similar work though. But the idea here is if something exists in your environment, eventually it can come back and bite you, because you know who's going to be looking for your 20-year-old software version of whatever package you're using on one of your old web servers. The bad guys are going to be looking for that. And it's not just by happenstance, it's the path of least resistance. I don't have to use a 0 day if there's a 7-year day out there that hasn't been patched yet because you haven't gotten around to it. So that's one of the big pieces. And again, to the whole point of walking through this and practicing it, I can't stress that part enough. Pretend like you are going back through Heartbleed. Say, what is it going to take for us to rekey all the private certs, and then redeploy the certs to our other machines. What's that going to take? Who's going to be involved? Just practice that. And without going through a process like that, if something like that were to happen again, you're going to be starting from square one. And that's what we're trying to avoid here. We do a lot of this when we work with our customers and our clients, just because if something were to happen, we don't want to be the ones who are in the way of them getting their problems fixed, even if it's nothing to do with us. So we're trying to help kind of grease the skids, so to speak, of those things working better within our customer base. So if something does happen, again, we're not the roadblock.
Yeah, and so again, going back to that first slide, the different categories that you should do exercises around. And then there are different types of exercise. There's this typical tabletop where you can just sit down with the RACI and talk through the RACI. And you should have a timeline and steps. Notification, discovery, patch release. You'll have some key milestones in your exercise for each of these. And some of these will involve leadership. Some of these will be more technical in nature. So think about the kind of exercises you want, and I think they're all beneficial.
So we put up some resources here. One, our threat research group has a bunch of great publications. I was just talking at the other conference across the road about our gaming state of the internet security report. So cool findings that we found. Basically, if you own a gaming system, or if you've been during the stay-at-home order, I like to call it the stay-at-home and game order, because as a gamer, it's like, you mean I get to be at home all the time? And if I'm on a boring call, I can be on oh, is this being recorded? Oops, I'm just kidding. I can be playing something, right? So also, I have ADD, so I work better with that kind of distraction in the background. Our security blogs, again, a bunch of cool stuff here, just around things that we're finding. We have a security researcher named Larry Cashdollar. He has something like 350 CVEs to his name. We call him the WordPress killer, although he has recently kind of branched off from WordPress. And on YouTube, we have some developer videos. A lot of these are developer kind of advocacy videos talking about how you guys as security personnel can interface with your development teams better. And again, how we try to do that within our organization as well. And then the last piece is we are hiring. So if you guys think it'd be cool to work for a multinational cloud security organization, we do really cool stuff. I've been at Akamai for
We hire just about anybody.
That's true. I snuck in. But I've been at Akamai for 9 years. It's the first time I've ever worked for a vendor, but I've been in SecOps since the late 90s. So it's really been eye-opening, kind of seeing all the cool stuff that a company like us are doing. So that's my little advertisement.
I would also say the blogs, a lot of the stuff we talked about for Log4j, you'll see in our blogs, a lot of the charts. Tom Emmons is great about DDoS, or is great about phishing. I'm really proud of some of our research. All right, who's gonna stump us?
Now's the time. Well, we don't have to go there. You don't have to stump us. But if you use the microphone, it'll be recorded for the people at home as well.
Okay, really important one. Thanks for this. This was great. Who played the woman's lead role opposite of Roger Moore in The Spy Who Loved Me?
Okay. I recently just watched all of those again with my wife because we were like, dude, these are classic.
You call your wife dude?
No. I was just saying, dude, like, these are classic. Okay, shut up, Steve. That's a tough one. We should have put a caveat that said
he's better with lines. I'll give you that.
Any movie that is from the what? Well, I can't
go ahead.
give.
No, go ahead. Be you.
All right, I don't know.
Dude, it's too late for the caveats. Okay, I got a better question for you. I know one you can answer.
Yeah.
So the PR part you touched on is really essential. I think that when a breach happens, eventually your tech guys are going to figure it out. But if you botch the PR, your rep is screwed for a long, long time.
Yeah.
If you're a smaller group and you don't really have people that are specialized in that area, how do you handle that?
That's a great point. So I will go back to my firsthand experience in 2014 with Heartbleed. We put together a group which was our PRAR team, our platform security architects, some other kind of security evangelist type people, and our CISO. And we all kind of worked through literally like the wording of what this press release was going to look like, what we were going to say. Sometimes you can't say too much.
Exactly.
But sometimes if you don't say enough, it's like, are you giving proper warning to someone else who may need to take care of this, right? So it's a very fine balance. And I think ultimately, depending on what organization you're a part of and what your responsibilities are, there's legal responsibilities, but also ethical responsibilities. I think all of that has to be taken into account. So it is, Steve, I don't know if you have a more specific answer, but.
So, I mean, transparency equals trust, and loss of trust is hard to recover from. That said, I think about two things during a breach. I have a person assigned who's going to tell me if I'm not following our process. Because if I don't follow our process, and the class action lawsuit discovers that, I'm going to be sued for negligence. I have my chief legal officer, my general counsel, hire my forensic people, so the forensic evidence is under attorney-client privilege. So, I mean, that's how I'm thinking. At the same time, when I'm talking to the board, I'm saying we don't have enough to say. If we say we lost 3,000 records today, we may come back tomorrow and say, oh, make that 1.5 million.
Yeah, big difference.
And so it doesn't sound transparent to say we're still trying to figure out what's going on. Not hard to get the marketing and PR people to sign off on that statement. So it's a delicate balance. I would lean into a culture of transparency and talk to legal and talk to PR about sharing upfront.
Yeah, thanks for that. What I'm seeing in general is people weighing CYA against
yes,
like, what is the damage, right? So that seems dangerous. If there's like a framework that really makes it clear this is your legal obligation to disclose this portion versus, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. And I think they've attempted to create frameworks around, one, from a vulnerability perspective, if you have any risk involved there, responsible disclosure, and then also breach disclosure is being handled a lot more from the compliance level, where they're like, hey, this is what you have to do if something were to occur, as per the compliance that you've opted into, that you've agreed to, right? So
there's also some psychology around admitting mistakes. The classic example that I always remember is Warren Buffett every year puts a mistake he made in his annual report because he has so much more credibility by doing that. And the one year he didn't feel like he had a good oops, he talked about the oops from the year before.
Yeah.
So there again, transparency generally wins. And it also goes back to how negligent you were in the first place.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the question.
So you guys are a huge company, very technical, serving very technical customers who are serving their very large, very technical companies. I work at a startup, and I've got 3 engineers. I'm in QA, by the way. I'm not even a security person.
Thank you for your service.
I try. Are there resources on your blogs for how to get the rest of your non-technical team on board with these ideas, with these, for lack of a better term, war games about, like, how do we bring everybody into these because I used to work in support. So I'm really good at writing effective apologies and emails that don't get us in legal trouble. There's a lot of resources outside of just the technical parts that can be looped in here and be really helpful for CYA, for making the apologies, for doing the press releases. Do have more resources for how I can get my marketing team interested in this for what happens if HubSpot goes down and we
In
lose
planning for what happens, right?
Yes.
Yeah. You want to take a stab, Rob?
So first of all, there are great industry-specific podcasts. And one of the things I like to do is figure out how somebody likes to learn. I prefer to read. My ADD makes audiobooks impractical. What was that? And then, other people have different methods. So find out what they like. SANS has a lot of great examples. They're great to plagiarize from. YouTube has a lot of great resources. Like I said, I plagiarize a lot from NIST. ISO is a cost, so I don't. If you're international, you want ISO over NIST, but it's not free. And again, belonging to a community. There are so many communities out there beyond the ISACs that the more people you can plug into them, but like I said, for your marketing, this is hilarious. So I was talking to the marketers, and they're like, the book Influence is great, we use it. And then I'm talking to my fraud expert, and he and I were doing a talk together, and he's like, well, all the fraudsters know that the book Influence is the best book to learn how to be a good fraudster. And so,
that's for everybody.
Yeah.
That's a resource that went right to the top of my reading list.
Well, I think the point too about join a community, another good piece of advice might be build a community within your organization. Say, hey, I really want us to be prepared for what happens if something catastrophic were to happen. Find stakeholders within each different part of the organization and all have lunch together one day. And then maybe the next time you say, or at the lunch, maybe say, hey, it'd be great for us to have like a monthly meeting just to kind of talk about all the pieces that fit into this. And then maybe from that, you guys can start assigning responsibilities or areas of expertise even. A lot of times people's areas of expertise is not the role that they're currently working in. I worked for years at a company where I was like the do everything person, and it turns out, I would rather do less. So from that perspective, not just less, I would rather not have to do everything the hard way. I want to automate myself out of a job kind of situation, right? So, but I would say build a community within your organization of people who are like-minded that think they might be a risk if something were to happen, and how are you guys going to respond to it? So
Awesome.
hopefully that helps.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely.
And if I come up with anything else, I'll post it on Twitter.
Thank you.
So follow me on Twitter. That's not a shameless plug. Nobody follows me. I don't know why. I'm just not interesting, really, but I will share something if I find it, okay?
Awesome.
So,
Thank you so much.
no
Also,
problem.
my favorite line that no one seems to get, I am an excellent driver.
I'm an excellent driver.
Excellent driver. So I'm going to go.
Yes, well, now this is like really putting me on the spot. That is 80s. Is that Weird Science? It's not. Okay. All right. What? You got it? Okay. I don't want you to stump me and get the one that she... Okay, anybody else know it? Oh, yes. Shit. Okay, to be honest, I probably should have put some caveats at the beginning of this whole talk. It's been for naught. Anyway, if there's no other questions, anybody else have anything else? All right, thank you guys for being here. Really appreciate it, and have a great weekend.
Thank you, everybody. I just want to make sure everybody can hear me to the back of the room okay? Awesome. All right. I'm just going to stick close to the mic. I'm sorry. Okay, it's great to be back. It's wonderful to be here at BSides Las Vegas after a very long time apart, and I hope you are all having a terrific reunion and experience at Summer Camp 2022. So, thank you for your time and to join me here with my talk today. A little bit about me. I am a strategic threat intelligence analyst, a specialist with a bank. I won't name the bank. And I've been doing that for a few years now. I'm also very happy to be a founding member of the Diana Initiative, where we promote diversity and equality and bring new ideas and new people into this realm so that we can all grow better together. Today was our kickoff day after a long time away. And finally, an obligatory disclaimer. The views expressed here are mine alone, and not those of my employer. Okay, so in this talk, what I'd like to talk to you about are software supply chain attacks. What are they? And about the growing threat that they pose. We're going to take a look at code dependency as a factor. And then we're going to talk about how that is compounded by mistakes and misconfigurations. Then we're going to take a look at a brief history of some major attacks. And then the state-sponsored actors who are involved in those attacks, who's been watching, and what they're leveraging. Finally, we'll wrap up with what we could be doing better and some suggestions. We don't fully appreciate just how interconnected we are, and that translates into software code dependencies. And it took an event like the SolarWinds Orion hack in late 2022 to rattle the bars on that cage and to wake us up to what's been going on for some time. The reality is that software supply chain attacks aren't anything new. They've been around for many years, and we've been watching that check engine light for some time, but we haven't really addressed the issues. So my hope is that the knowledge and examples that I can share here with you today will give you some new insight and awareness so that you can go back and better secure the projects that you're working on. SolarWinds was truly unprecedented. How many people here had to work, got the call to respond to that? Yep. This is the kind of event that we talk about for decades. It's a teaching point, a learning experience, a case study. It's something that we can build and learn from. That's the important thing. Now, what you're going to see is that there have been a lot of software supply shenanigans since that point. What is it? It's an abuse of trust. And as we like to say in the security community, trust no one, or at least trust but verify. This involves compromise right at the source. It's the insertion of malicious code into legitimate software, and that gets distributed en masse. So you have the compromise of one trusted source, and that's done by the adversaries because they want to control your distribution system so that they can deliver malicious updates. This then creates access points into the networks of those targets. Customers, thousands and thousands of customers, as we saw with SolarWinds, but with other attacks similar. As we've learned, nobody is untouchable, and everybody, no matter how well defended you think you are, is a target. As for the impact, well, we're looking at being incapacitated, disruption, sabotage. If you measure your productivity and your profit by downtime, this is for you. It's for all of us. And if you consult the MITRE ATT&CK framework, this is referenced as T1195 for initial access. You want to know what initial access is. That's how the hell did they get in. All right. So software supply chain attacks take time, resources, and skill to plan. That's the purview of state-sponsored threat actors, typically Russian or Chinese-backed groups. There's also cybercriminal and state-sponsored groups who are targeting the technology industry. Why? Because these companies are relied on by so many organizations and individuals. And that is a wide-ranging impact. There is a lot of happy hunting in there. Attacks on tech companies enable third-party compromise of enterprise customers. Enterprise is big. Enterprise is money. Enterprise is a very juicy target. And China has actively targeted tech companies in Taiwan with supply chain attacks. Why? Because they see them as a threat. Now, an important disclaimer, I'm not a developer or a coder, and I'm not even going to pretend to be. What I am is a threat intelligence geek. It's my day job, and that's how I'm presenting my research for this talk. What I do plays a key role because we watch the geopolitics play out, then we look back for context, historical context, because we're looking at patterns of behavior. History repeats, and actions have consequences. This is from Ian Pratt, who's the Global Head of Security for Personal Systems at HP. There's nothing like getting some historical context. So let's review what's on this timeline. Starting in 2009, we have Operation Aurora. We'll move to 2017 for NotPetya and the Sea Cleaner. 2018, we'll talk about ShadowPad. 2019, there's Operation Shadowhammer. In 2009, Operation Aurora was a wake-up call. The Chinese state-sponsored group APT-17, also known as Elderwood, targeted Google and Adobe among 34 other significant companies. And they went after them for their source code management systems. Why? Because they wanted to alter the source code. Kind of like the goose and the golden egg. Now, when we talk about digital crown jewels, we need to be talking about this specifically, because this is at the heart of software supply chain compromise. And if you alter the source code, well, imagine what you could do. So, that attack was sophisticated. It exploited zero-day vulnerabilities in Internet Explorer, and vulnerabilities were also leveraged in a product called Perforce. And this is source code revision software that was being utilized by Google. You can just carry that concept right into present day. Same kind of scenarios exist. So the good news is that this event led Google to take some action. It implemented zero trust, and it tracked lateral movement, and it put in place better infrastructure. Interestingly enough, Google wasn't involved in the carnage of SolarWinds. And then, 2017, there was NotPetya. Is everybody here familiar with that story and with what NotPetya was? Okay, we'll enlighten you. This was the work of an elite Russian hacking group known as Sandworm, and it was part of the GRU Military Intelligence Services. They compromised and they took over software updates for a mandatory accounting package known as MEDoc. This was used throughout the Ukraine. It was tax software similar to, I don't know, Quicken, QuickBooks, TurboTax, but everybody pretty much had to use it to submit their taxes. So Russia's used Ukraine as a cyber petri dish for years. They have a rather hostile relationship, and Russia has control issues. So Sandworm was detonating logic bombs in government and companies all over Ukraine. Now, there was a little family-run firm known as Linkos Group. They were responsible for pushing out those software updates for MEDoc. That was their job. What Sandworm did was they hijacked those update servers and they installed a hidden backdoor so that they could access all the PCs that were going to be receiving MEDoc. And in June of 2017, Sandworm effectively pushed that play button to launch NotPetya. This was more than just destructive malware. This was a cyber weapon lobbed at Ukraine, and it was designed to spread with breathtaking speed, which it did. And when you saw it, the damage had already been done. It leveraged Eternal Blue and Mimikatz to get complete control. Now, it was supposed to be a punitive measure against Ukraine. However, it escaped its confines and it spread to major companies globally, like the shipping giant Maersk. The unintended consequences were costly. There was a lot of collateral damage. And at this point, we're all pretty familiar with what the impact looks like to supply chain because of COVID. This is a global impact. The costs of this one was $10 billion. All right, Shadowhammer, January 2019. It's a sophisticated supply chain attack against a company known as ASUS. Who here might be using an ASUS product? Yes, it is big. This was by a group, APT17, also known as Barium, who've been behind a number of software supply chain attacks. And they targeted the ASUS Live Update utility. Now, according to Gartner, in 2017, ASUS was the 5th largest PC vendor. That's a huge customer base. That is a very juicy target. And that Live Update is a pre-installed utility on most ASUS computers. It's a thing designed for convenience. And most end users don't want to have to worry about updating their BIOS or their UEFIs or their drivers. They would welcome this kind of a facility. So what happened was they sabotaged the developer tools to be able to get in and run what they wanted on this particular utility. They modified an older version of the ASUS utility. And then they signed that malware with 2 ASUS digital certs. Then they stored it on official servers. How would you even know it was there? Then they pushed this out to over 1 million laptops to be able to control more remotely and install more malware. Okay. Nick Weaver is a security researcher at the University of California, Berkeley Institute, and he shares this. You are trusting every vendor whose code is on your machine, and then you're trusting every vendor's vendor. Take that home with you. All right, let's talk about our code dependency. You may groan, that was not funny, sorry. So the fact is, applications increasingly depend on external software to work. Proprietary code of open source components, third-party APIs. Modern applications are just really big. It's too much for one developer really to have to do it on their own, and software reuse has become the norm. Popular open source projects they're used as dependencies, and that's a word, if you're not a programmer, if you're out on the other side, you don't realize what that means until you realize what dependencies mean. Now these are attractive targets to the adversaries because then they can add malicious code to those dependencies and then claim the users downstream. So we need to appreciate the increasing complexity of what we're building in this digital realm, of the applications that we rely on, and how the functions of just one library rely on a number of other libraries in order to be implemented. That's a lot of things to keep track of. And this creates complex dependency trees that developers either won't remove or update because of the possible downstream consequences. Has anybody ever found themselves in that position? Let's do a quick little look at some numbers. The average app has about 118 open source libraries. An average library is about 2.6 years old. Your average Java app has 50 open source vulnerabilities. 99% of organizations have at least one high-risk Java license. And false positivity rates, if you're using these tools. For Java, there's 23%, .NET is 13%, and Node is 69%. Let's take a look now at 4 elements of your software supply chain. There's what you write. That's your custom code that's developed in-house. There's what you build with. So that's your software development tools. There's what you buy, off-the-shelf software as a service type products. And then there's what you use. Those are third-party libraries. And we need to understand the areas of risk around open source libraries and frameworks, which can come from active or inactive libraries or library classes, and the age of the library, licensing, and vulnerabilities. I learned a lot about libraries. I had no idea how pervasive they are, how vulnerable we are because of this use. Very good to be able to share this with you. This is hard to do if you don't have visibility into which libraries and classes are being used by that software. And when you're only relying on static scans from legacy security code analysis tools that are out of date. So when you change something, it can't capture that change or what breaks. This is from a 2021 Contrast Labs open source security report. It's a lot to take in, but key points would be, 1, if you are using open source code, you need to be paying more attention than you have been. 2, what we've been doing to identify and remediate things, it's not comprehensive. We're missing stuff. And 3, those legacy security tools in use are not securing us. This is a timeline of software package repositories that have been in supply chain attacks. Part of my day job is to be tracking all the events, all the attacks, things that are happening. I have seen a steady uptick in events involving software code repositories. GitHub, NPM, 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 PyPy. And it's just tracking like this. It's really easy to get code from various projects online, and then you incorporate that into other software. But the risk, some of those open source projects are not maintained well. They may even have been abandoned. You're putting yourself at risk and you may not even realize it. Code reuse is a deliberate strategy. It's seen as a good thing. It's a differentiator. Why? Because it's for efficiency and innovation. It allows for speed and application development. These are things that we want. They help us grow. However, the cost is of being vulnerable to compromised, off-the-shelf components. Some of that repurposed code can come from internal repos, but a lot of it doesn't. It comes from open source libraries, third parties. And for an attacker, compromising a software supply chain can come through manipulation of the application source code. Or you can manipulate how they update and distribute things. Or you can replace compiled releases with a special modified version. Your targets can range from very specific to broad. Stuff happens. And that brings us to this, the continuous integration, continuous development pipeline. Now this is considered a best practice for DevOps because it delivers code change frequently and reliably. Who here is familiar with the concept of Agile? So CI is a coding philosophy. It's a way you do things. It's a set of practices that help drive development teams to implement small changes incrementally, and they check in the code to the version control repositories frequently. It's consistent, automated, and you can build and package and test your applications. Thing is, you're still using other people's technology. And unfortunately, mistakes will be made. So, this brings us to SonarQube. Is anybody familiar with this product? It is widely used. Okay. November 2020, the FBI issues a flash alert warning threat actors have been actively targeting vulnerable SonarQube instances since April of that year. They're accessing source code repositories, and then they're exfiltrating the proprietary code of US government agencies as well as private organizations. A lot of people got hit. They found multiple potential computer intrusions that corresponded with leaks associated with that SonarQube configuration vulnerabilities, which had been exploited for months before, back in April. It was in August of 2020 that an unknown threat actor leaked internal data from 2 of the organizations through a public lifestyle repo tool. They scanned online for exposure via a default port, 9000, which is a publicly accessible IP address. And several of the source code repositories also contained hard-coded credentials, which just opened the door to accessing other resources and expansion of that breach. And I can tell you, based on the research I've done from 2021 all the way through 2022, we're increasingly seeing stored things, keys, secrets, hard-coded credentials in source code. It shouldn't be there. With regard to that SonarQube event, Sakar Sarakai wrote this. Oops, sorry. Misconfiguration is constant. It shouldn't be a constant, but it is. All right. Let's talk about some major software supply chain attacks from the past and lessons that might not have been learned. If that looks busy, yes. Yes, it is. So the Identity Theft Research Center stated that 137 organizations reported they were impacted by supply chain attacks at 27 different third-party vendors. That was an increase of 42% in 1 quarter. Attackers manipulate software dependencies and development tools so that they can compromise data or systems before they reach the recipient. As we've seen, they go after source code. Think of recent attacks. Think of Lapsus Group, for example. What did they take? They took a lot of source code. Microsoft said that they had gained access to some of the source code for Exchange and Azure and Intune. Okay, if you're in an enterprise, you're using Exchange and you're using Azure. Having that source code gives adversaries the advantage. Why? Because they can be the first to look through it, find the vulnerabilities, and exploit them. It's code. There are vulnerabilities in there. They also go after certificates. And certificates are important because if you have stolen code signing certificates, you are now giving that malware legitimacy. It's going to bypass detection and antivirus and protective measures. And then you can send malware payloads as a legitimate source. And those certificates are simply a staple of attacks. Let's talk about attacks. There's vendor compromise, which is considered among the most sophisticated. Exploitation of third-party applications, because you find and exploit the vulnerabilities, especially 0 days, and then these bugs can enable that attacker to manipulate software to do things that it was never intended to do. Stealing credentials, for example, accessing information that it has no business accessing. Exploiting open source libraries. We know these have vulnerabilities and they can be exploited. It's different from software packages because it's harder to update and maintain open source code here. However, because the source code is available, attackers have the opportunity to study it and practice on it. Case in point, Apache Struts 2 framework. There have been 13 critical zero-day disclosures just in the past 5 years. Dependency confusion, that's an attack we'll talk about later. And then there's hostile takeover. This is an example where somebody will take over in a community a project, offer to look after it. They'll be handed over the control. But with that, they can then feed malicious content downstream. In 2018, there was an event involving EventStream and Node.js, and it was caught because there were mistakes, and the people at Node thought it was just bugs. Fortunately, they caught it, and they were able to flag it down. I found this as I was doing my research, and I thought it was a great way to share what a plan of attack could look like. It's from the Backstabber's Knife Collection, which is a pretty cool name. You start by injecting malicious code into that dependency tree, and then you can create a new package with unexpected features like a Trojan horse, or typo squatting, or use after free. You can also infect an existing package and then spread some malicious goodness by either injecting it into the source or into the repository system or during the build, which was what SolarWinds was. And then it can pawn the build system and it can taint packages downloading. That brings us, of course, to SolarWinds. So this is a trusted network management and monitoring software that's used by the government, Fortune 500s, Microsoft, FireHigh. So many people. And nobody knew that anything was wrong. And it's described as the most significant attack of our time. It's pretty true. What's distinctive in it is that degree of stealth that was used. The ability of the adversaries to conceal their actions and the length of time it took for discovery. This was an operation that took time and precision to do the reconnaissance, sophistication to tailor, and patience. And in my day job, what I'm doing constantly is anatomies of attack, understanding the adversaries, and this stands out from all the attacks we looked at. We spent a lot of time mapping this out, and looking back, you just would go, oh my God, they were in there for how many months? They targeted and compromised that build environment and the code signing infrastructure for Orion. That gave them complete control. That's your level of trust there that's just been completely compromised. They modified the source code to add a backdoor and signed it. And then they leveraged the existing software release management system and used stolen certificates, which let them laterally move through chains of trust. Who here has heard of dependency confusion? This is a wicked cool attack, and it's increasing. Good. So security researcher Alex Burson shone a bright light on a very scary possibility. He took a hypothesis about a supply chain substitution attack, where you have a software installer script that tricks people into pulling a malicious code file from a public repository, instead of getting the trusted file with the same name from the safe internal repository. To prove his point, he targeted Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, and 32 other companies and executed unauthorized code inside their networks. Well, that worked, but within 48 hours of it being publicized, a lot of other parties who did not ask permission to do this thought it was a very good idea too, jumped on the bandwagon, and there were more attacks. And I can report we are seeing an increase of these type of attacks from 2021 straight into 2022. And the issue here, existing dependency scanners do not detect if a dependency executes malicious code. And since these tools are limited to identifying dependencies with known vulnerabilities. There was an interesting study done as a result of this at Red Hat Labs, and they found these results. 93 repositories out of the top 1,000 GitHub organizations are using a package that doesn't even exist on a public package index, which can be claimed by an attacker to cause a software supply chain attack. Of the top 1,000 organizations that were scanned, 212 of them had at least one dependency confusion-related misconfiguration in their database. Why does this matter? These are big names that are relied on by many, many users. So if one of those projects gets tainted, there's a high probability that potentially millions of users will be affected. Xcode Spy. How many people use iOS? Yes. Well, this is a malicious project that affects the free application development environment. And a new malware variant was observed targeting iOS developers in a supply chain attack. They abused legitimate development environments from Apple. The targets were sharing sites and repositories. This is common practice. It's encouraged. It's a belief system. This is a total abuse of trust. How many people are familiar with the company CodeCov and what it does? There was a major breach involving CodeCov 2021. It's an online platform, and it's used for hosting code testing reports and statistics. And it gives the developers tools that will help them to quantify how much source code is executed during testing. It's supposed to be very safe, it's trusted. They serve over 29,000 customers globally. Many of these are enterprise level. GoDaddy, Atlassian, banks, Procter & Gamble. However, the impact spread beyond that to thousands of public development projects as well. Ansible, Kubernetes, Rapid7, Twilio, even e-commerce platforms. So on April 1st of 2021, CodeCov reported a supply chain attack that had actually occurred back in January. That's a few months lag time. That's not going to help anything. And what happened was attackers had leveraged an error in the process that creates CodeCov's Docker image. And this let them extract credentials, which protect the modification of something called the bash uploader script. And that's the tool used by customers to send their code coverage reports to the platform. And what's in there? All kinds of secrets, credentials, etc., so that the attackers could reroute this once they received it and gain that information. And then they sent that information to a server outside. There was the Kaseya breach. Again, this is important in the way that it was trusted by the users. There's over 40,000 of them. It's an IT solutions developer for managed services providers and enterprise-level organizations. Their product, VSA, is a unified remote monitoring and management tool for networks and endpoints. This has a high level of trust on customer devices. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? This has so much trust that the attached client devices will do whatever they are told. And that's probably one of the reasons why Kaseya was targeted. Rival ransomware operators delivered a fake VSA update that sent a ransomware payload from compromised VSA servers to VSA agents that were running on managed Windows devices. That malicious update was dubbed the Kaseya VSA agent hotfix. The initial access came from an zero-day vulnerabilities that existed in Kaseya's VSA software. They were reported, they were known, but they hadn't been fixed, and they were leveraged. And the attack was triggered through an authentication bypass vulnerability in that Kaseya VSA web interface. So the attackers could circumvent authentication controls. They gained an authenticated session and then they uploaded a malicious payload. They executed commands using SQL injection and they achieved code execution in the process. I'm not super technical, but we had to analyze how the hell did this happen and what did it mean, and there was a lot of learning, and I'm hoping that this will help you too. They then attempted to disable MS Defender using a signed certificate. The trust issue here, that Kaseya hotfix that was leveraged was ready to go thanks to the anti-malware software exclusions that had already been set up. So who's maximizing these opportunities? Of all the state-sponsored adversaries, Chinese cyber espionage groups have been and will continue to be the biggest threat to tech. They conduct economic espionage and intellectual property theft. They are very, very good at what they do. And there have been repeated warnings again just this year by agencies and governments in the US and the UK about stuff they are finding, which is very alarming. What's been accessed, what's been stolen. So technology companies are rich targets just on their own, but these groups leverage them to infect supply chains and then to go after those customers. Don't underestimate the capability or intent of these groups. If you want to try mapping APTs to government and military in China, I found this work by Anastasios Pingios, and I'll share the link here. It's complex, but it's interesting. All right, attacks by China. These are some of the most well-known attacks involving Chinese threat sponsors, actors. The Russians are formidable, but you really don't want Chinese adversaries in your network. In 2017, there was Kingslayer. This involved the Chinese threat actor group APT-19, and they went after an administrative software package known as EVlog. It targeted enterprise operations globally, and this included military organizations and defense contractors. This is something the Chinese care very much about. They're highly competitive with the West, and they want to gain the upper hand at any cost. These are high-value targets. It's an impressive client list, and it is very similar to SolarWinds. Key point here, several years later, and it's still not known how many of these customers were and could still be compromised. CC Cleaner, you've probably heard of it. It seemed like a harmless product until it wasn't. This involved APT-17 Axiom Group. Again, on the alteration of source code of a product that was widely downloaded and convenient for customers. How did they get in there? Well, initial compromise was through an unattended workstation of a CCleaner developer who was connected to the Piriform network using a TeamViewer remote. They reused credentials from previous data breaches, we've heard that many times, in order to access the TeamViewer account. And then they delivered malware using VBScript. They developed a malicious version of CCleaner, and they used RDP to set up a backdoor on a second unattended connected computer. There they dropped a binary and another malicious payload and went on to claim more and to distribute millions of versions. ShadowPad. APT-17, also known as Barium, they delivered ShadowPad malware to infect enterprise networks via a product known as Netserang. Netserang specializes in server management and security connectivity software used globally by major organizations. Where have we heard this before? So a module was hidden in a code library. It was making suspicious DNS requests. DNS, it's always DNS. And it was sending data back to the operators who then made the decision whether they wanted to act on it or not. 2020, Able Desktop. There's a Chinese APT group known as Lucky Mouse who went after chat software that was being used by the Mongolian government and businesses there. They hijacked updates in the software supply chain, and the attackers didn't need to steal or forge an update signature because Able's updates were not signed. And Operation Sign Site targeted the Vietnamese government, looking at their certification authority. They compromised that. This software was mandatory and widely used throughout Vietnam. The key point here is the targeted abuse of trust by leveraging a service oligopoly. This is believed to be possibly a group known as TA428 who target East Asian countries and also Russia to gather intel. Finally, 2020 Golden Spy. This is intriguing because this is malware embedded in required tax payment software issued to corporations who want to do business in China. And the